Dab. Ah, my light's on! No! How's it hanging? Looking extra cute? I was going for like double cute. I guess I missed the mark, damn. Sheesh! Also, hello. How are you guys? How's it going? What's up? I haven't worn this lipstick in a really long time, actually. So let's see if I got this right, too, on the box. Done with work for the day. Poggers, look at you go. There we go. Looks so good on you. Thank you. I try my best. Also, you write tales of lost and fires of faith. Oh, my veteran rewards went up. I'm 390. Guys, I've been subscribed for a whole year now. Are you proud of me? Are you proud of me? I've been subscribed for so long. Oh, you should sing for the project Alex is putting together? Alex who? And what? And singing, whew. I know, Mary. My chops aren't what they used to be. The sunshine eyeshadows, thank you. It is very good. I like it a lot. Man, I do look really pretty today. I look great. Oh man, this is great. Love you some serotonin. Actually, I might take a picture of this. I feel like I look pretty good. Oh, stop that. A song I haven't heard yet? Oh. Arthur forgot about that. Gotcha. Well, Rit. Maybe I'll get there eventually. Forget everything. Okay, I'll forget everything you said. Oh, right. Crap. Can't wear that. I'm gonna steal your look for work tomorrow. You better. And credit me. Oh, that bar's too big. I knew there was something fishy about it.
More shiny buttons. Thank you for the wonderful streams and community. Your story insight is amazing. Surmise dote.
Oh. Oh, Asmira, that's so nice of you to say. Thank you. Very, very kind. I like to think I'm pretty good at analyzing stories. The goal is, I honestly kind of want to do more of that stuff because I enjoy it a lot and I think it's pretty evergreen content too. So I really should work on that. That's actually one of our stretch goals for today too, and I'll be talking about the charity stream as well very soon. But as you're thinking, start to the 7 months, you should know that 3 + 4 equals 7, which is how much you subscribe for. That's kind of poggers. I super duper appreciate it. Also, Jimothy Wright, thank you so much for the follow earlier. I super duper appreciate it. How are you? There we go. Perfect. But yeah, so I did goof slightly. Technically, the stream was supposed to start in an hour, but I goofed on my schedule, so I figured, because like our time slot in the charity thing is 5 to 7 EST. Or sorry, no, it's... No, or do I have that right? Do I have that right? Am I... Wait, hold up. Is it EST or CST? No, I'm right. No, wait a minute. I'm right. I'm right. I'm right? I'm right. I'm right. I'm right. I'm wrong? I'm right now. No. Yeah. No. That's right. That's right. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Okay. No, it is right now. You know what I mean. Anyway. Okay. So, hi, charity. That means I'm gonna go find a place to peacefully AFK at, and you guys already know where I'm gonna go to peacefully AFK at. As I'm legally required to. You're right, it's wrong. I'm right, you're right, we're left help. I'm gonna refrain from gaslighting you on this. You're doing a good job enough yourself. Thank you, miss, I appreciate it. Fuck, I messed that up. Alright. We're just gonna find a nice little place to cozy down. Actually, wait, I have an idea. I'm gonna go lay in the axolotl pool. But yeah, so, to explain, perfect. Actually, wait, no, it feels wrong to be in here without the right outfit. Anyway, to explain, hi everyone, welcome. For the first 2 hours of stream today, we're gonna be raising money for Stream from Charity Hospital, or Children's Hospital. Stream for CS... Fuck. Okay, let me start this over. Don't worry about it. Thank you. I'm a professional. Thank you so much, Anonymous. I super duper appreciate it for the $50. We're gonna us up to $84. Our goal is $1,000. I think we can do it, and we have several stretch goals to help us get there. But before we talk about that sort of thing, I want to talk about the charity a little bit, and I want to explain why it's wonderful, and you should care a lot about it, actually. So, let me take a good soak in the pond. Split. Oh, wait, no, don't box. All right, perfect. All right, so now that I'm taking a soak in the pond, I feel as though I can appropriately explain the dealio here. So, basically, CS Mott's Children's Hospital is a hospital associated with the University of Michigan. They're a huge leader in pediatrics care, and they're also a leader in therapeutic gaming, which is kind of poggers, and we love to see it. But what is therapeutic gaming, you may ask? It's gaming, but therapeutically. Basically, it's essentially putting like video games and entertainment tech in the hands of children, especially, I mean, adults too, but like CS Mott's has a focus on children, right? So it's about putting that kind of technology in the hands of kids to make their hospital stays a lot less scary and a lot less boring. Hospitals can be an isolating and intimidating environment, especially for children, but for everybody. And without the access to normal activities during like an extended hospital stay, right? You know, being there for months or maybe even a year or something like that, without like normal activities like going to school, seeing their friends, things like that, they're gonna be bored. They're gonna be so bored. And sort of this therapeutic gaming is aimed to take a shot at trying to alleviate their boredom and sort of these social barriers in their way. Because as we all know, gaming is a very social platform, it's a very social thing, and something that we use to connect with other people. And that's kind of what this is about connecting with other people and allowing kids to do that. I don't know if you guys have ever had to stay in a hospital that's lasted longer than a day or so, but things can get boring very quickly. And that's why Therapeutic Gaming Digital Technology Program at CS Mott's Children's Hospital is aiming to make those stays much more tolerable. And they do so in a lot of ways, especially for kids. They, do things like bring in gaming consoles, gaming laptops, things like that, to allow kids to play them, to have fun, to connect with their friends, play Fortnite with their friends, because that's what kids do these days. But they also do other stuff too, like they kind of put like a lot of like educational resources in the hands of kids, especially like tech resources. Things like coding and like music programs. They do like a robotics program with Legos, which is like pretty cool. And like it's a little complicated, but it's really, really freaking cool. And they even help teach things like video editing and video production, which like that's something that's very near and dear to my heart, because if those of you that know, I have a degree in that sort of stuff. So it's kind of like, oh, that's really cool. And it's really cool to see people get more involved with that sort of thing, especially kids, because I feel like most of the time people are interested in like actual like video editing. They have no idea where to start. So this is a great program to help them learn that sort of things, learn those sorts of things, and whatnot, if that makes sense. So yeah, that's the charity group we're going to be raising money for these next few hours. Additionally, you can do !donate, !charity, or !mots to donate or learn more. My charity profile will also pop up too, and there's some information on there when you do !donate. So yeah, that's the charity group. Any questions? Concerns? Comments? Urgent dilemmas? Perfect. Because I do have something prepared for today too, which I think is going to be very fun. Basically, I thought, well, I'm not sure I want to do during our time slot. I don't know if I want to be doing MSQ, because like MSQ is a very like emotional, story-based kind of thing, and where we've got like we've got sort of where we are at in the story. I don't necessarily want each other to detract from each other. So I figured what better way than to not detract from anything by starting fights with strangers on the internet. It was something I always do. So, what we will be doing is we will be starting what I like to call the Waifu Wars, which is something that all of you know about. Where I will be making a chart, a tier list, and ranking the best boys and the best girls of Final Fantasy XIV. So we have a chart for the boys, we have a chart for the girls. If we have time, I might even put them all together on one chart and have them go head to head. So, that sound like fun? Please say yes. No, I don't know, I just thought it was kind of fun. It's something I've always kind of wanted to do. And I also know it's going to cause a substantial amount of drama. Because, as I'm sure some of you are aware, I don't have, maybe the same tastes as everyone in the community. So, yeah. Sammy's chosen violence today. I have. Let me keep it up. Alright, so let me just send this tweet super quick. Alrighty. I mean, we entered the Waifu Wars not merely to claim victory, but to defeat the bad taste. True. Alright. But, yeah. Oh, okay. So. Should we open with the girls or the boys? I feel like the girls will be the spicier territory, so maybe that's a good thing to open with. Also, something I noticed about making these tier lists, there's like double the amount of men than women in this game. Like double the amount. Have you guys noticed that? Is that just me? Maybe that's just me. But like, there's a lot though. Not great, not gonna lie. Sounds like a plan we can start with Zagorals. The boot. Alright. So, hopefully, ideally... Oh, whoops. Wrong button. So, hopefully, ideally, I haven't missed anybody. I have hit most of the characters, I feel like. But, let's see. Ooh, there we go. I'm mostly hitting folks from the MSQ and characters that have, more screen time than others, which is why we've got, like, which is why we've got, like, certain characters, but maybe not all of them, per se. I think even as across all content, but for the MSQ, it feels like there's more dudes. There's, like, definitely more dudes. Like, this is what the ladies' chart looks like. Also, keep in mind, too, let me clarify very, very quickly. This is, like, for best girl and best boy. This does not have to do anything romantically, ship-wise, necessarily, which is why I'm including characters like Alize, right? This is not necessarily a ship fight, this as much as it is a best girls and best boys fight. Though, if you want to interpret it like a ship fight, I guess you can. Since I know people will be, and there's literally physically no way to stop them. So yeah. But no, like, if you look at the girls versus the boys, look at how many more boys there are. Like, look at that. There's way more. Also, to clarify too, Feo is on each chart, mostly because Feo does not necessarily have a gender, but if we didn't include Feo, they would be very, very upset. So we're including them in both charts. So, to avoid the wrath of the Fairy King, they're here. Also, another note too, Frey is on the girl chart because Frey is technically a reflection of yourself, and since our self is Goril, Frey is also Goril. Some people may interpret Frey as a man, understandable, but that's your choice, not mine. And also there's like other technically not MSQ characters, like I did put Rowena on here because why not, that's fun. And Frey technically is not an MSQ character either, but like, come on, right? Also like, Tiamat to Dragon, so that's fun. It'd be very cold and heartless to forget them. Faye would be very upset if we didn't put them in the top of S tier. True, 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 true. Maybe we'll make a tier just for Feo. Maybe that. But without further ado, we'll begin. And I guess we'll just go down the list. I'm not sure I want to start with Alize though, so we're gonna start with Feo. How about that? Let's do that instead. So, we're gonna just be making our own tier right here. Oh, whoops. Isn't that what like Feo calls you, like their Like, Feo calls themselves their, like, your wonderful branch or something. Isn't that the terminology? Oh. Oh, jeez. I could be wrong, though. Beautiful branch, I thought. Beautiful branch, not wonderful. Okay. So we'll do beautiful branch. Perfect. And then booyah for S. A can be, I don't know, orange. There you go, I feel like that's good. Alright. So Feo goes in the beautiful branch tier. Also, hi, Red Lorian, how are you? How's it going? Feo goes to the beautiful branch tier. Why? Because Feo would be very upset if we put them anywhere next to anybody else. So they are there. They definitely aren't poised to hurt me, and that's the only reason I'm including them here. They have their own category. Again, definitely not because I am physically afraid of them. They are terrifying. But they deserve that beautiful branch slot because they're just so beautiful and branch-like, right? Just so beautiful. All right. Next we have Serena. I don't want to start fights yet. Next we have Serena. Love her. She's a dragon girl. Like, I know there's some hardcore Serena fans out there. I'm not necessarily a hardcore Serena fan. I do ship her and Sadu a lot though because it's adorable. Also, they're gay. But we love a nice, gentle lizard girl who tries her best. And she's a very nice girl. I'm not 100% sure, like, people... Like, I don't know if there's any Serena shippers in the crowd, but if there are, I'm not sure exactly what people see in her in that sense. But I think she's sweet, she's very kind, and I really can't justify ranking her low, because Serena's flawless. She's lovely, without flaw, beautiful, amazing, fantastic. I think I'd put her in A tier. She's just a wholesome, nice lady who isn't necessarily stand out, but she's very, very good. And again, really flawless, so I think she deserves A tier. She doesn't quite get into S tier because, like I said, she's not necessarily stand out, where she's got something about her that makes her better than everyone else. But she's pretty good, right? She's pretty good. It's hard to find a fault, essentially. So, she's our first participant in A tier. Also, just for the record, when I put people in tiers, the person who's closest towards the letter is higher up in the tier. So, like, if I put somebody here, that means Serena's ahead of them. Somebody here, that means Serena's above them. Or they're above Serena, for example. She feels like somebody you could just happily hang out with. I mean, right, though? All right. While I love Sadu, she can be a bit intense even for me. That's fair. Okay, so moving on. Dulia Chai. We love a MILF. We love a lady. A very nice woman. A kind of mother to some, to Alphino perhaps. Though she's also a very warm, welcoming personality is kind of how I describe her. Again, much like a mother, she's great. Except for the part where she also was a part of a very bad, like, city that did a lot of very bad things. And I'm not necessarily blaming her for, like, the actions of, like, Fothry or anything like that, right? But also, like, She kind of was complacent in that situation for a while, and things are better now. And I guess she's the wife of the new mayor, which is pretty good. We love to see that. But I also, like, I feel like I can't put her up super high, because while she's a lovely cat mom, she doesn't necessarily break up that high. Just because, like, she's great, but how great? I'd put her probably B tier solidly. She's good. We love to see her. We love having her around, right? But also, like, damn, dude. I feel as though, personally, she just doesn't make it into A tier. You know, she's not somebody I'd want to hang out with for, like, a week. Does that make sense? She's somebody who's very pleasant to be around, but not for, like, an extended period of time, per se. That doesn't make her a bad person. Again, like I said, she's pretty good. But pretty good is not A material, you know? And certainly not S material. So here we are. So the next character, no, I'll actually do Alize now. So Alize is a character in this video game, and she is a character I like a lot. I've tried to eliminate my personal bias here, because I really do think she's probably one of the best characters in the game, period. Which is high praise. She's a little abrasive, but she's courageous, she's kind, she's a woman of action. We love to see that for her. Also, she's got a good taste in fashion. Red jackets, love that shit. But she's somebody who is always very impulsive, very brash. But sometimes you need that. Sometimes you need that energy. And sometimes you need sort of her no-nonsense attitude, too. While some people are willing to tolerate some bullshit, she's willing to tolerate none. And we love that for her. Also, Sal, thanks so much for the 17 months. That's a lot of months. Did you do that 10 plus 7 equals 17? Just haven't been subscribed for? That's kind of poggers. Super duper appreciate it. Welcome. She's a solid A tier at least. I'm not so sure. Is she a solid A tier? Because personally, I think I'd put her in S tier. Again, Alize, I think, is straight up one of the best characters in the game. I do think that. I think that is true. Just with her overall attitude and her willingness and sort of her tenacity to not give up, she's great. I would love to hang around Alize on the daily. I also see myself in her, so I'm definitely biased. I feel like we have a lot in common, Alize. Just saying. So, I would put her in S tier because I think she truly is one of the best girls in this entire game. If not one of the best people in the entire game. I also named my rice cooker after her. So you know that, like, I'm a big Alize fan. I want that red jacket. I want to cosplay as her. That'd be fun. She's an action hero and plays that role well. She does, right? And she's such a badass, which is really cool and very rare for characters like her. She's tomboyish, and that's great. So I'm going to put her in S tier. Again, I feel the need to reiterate, this is not necessarily a waifu chart. This is a best girl chart. There may be some romantic influences here, but that's not true for every character. Remember that. Remember that. Just establishing that again. Feel the need to. Because if somebody on Twitter saw this, took it out of context, they'd be very upset. Also, she's 16. That's what I mean. Also, she's not fucking 16 anymore. There's literally no goddamn way she's still 16. But yes, yeah. That's what I mean. She is not somebody whose romantic, like, position influences her position on the chart. She's just a really good character. Now, there might be some characters, not naming any, not naming anyone, whose, you know, romantic affliction may influence their place in the chart. Might be some. Don't know who they could be. Don't know who they could be. Or there might be a few. But yeah. So. Alize is exempt from that because she is a minor, except she kinda, like, she's officially a minor, so we respect that, but like, are they ever gonna pop this weird fucking time bubble in this game? Like, seriously. There's no way she's still 16. She has to be 18 at least. Like, no, probably more than, she's gotta be like at least 19. There's like no way some years have not passed, right? Like, that's a whole nother topic. We won't get into that. But what we will get into is some discourse with Fridola. I love Fridola. I think she's a very cool character. It is a criminal shame that we've not seen more of her. But Fridola is very interesting as a character and sort of occupies a position in the story that is very unique, where she is somebody who is really, we're seeing her go through a redemption arc, essentially, right? We're seeing her go through a redemption arc and punching bag. The qualities of Alize, get it, Alize, are boldness, action, and speed, which is all things Alize has. But, yeah, we're seeing Fridola basically go through a redemption arc in excruciating detail, essentially. We can just dump everyone in? I'm sorry, Kami, no. But there is no F tier because none of these girls are trash. So, with Fridola, I think a lot of people misinterpret her character sometimes, and a lot of people are not necessarily willing to forgive her. But that's kind of fine. I don't think she needs to be. Because remember, y'all, redemption arcs, actual, like, literary redemption arcs, do not mean people have to forgive you. They're about the redemption of the character in the character's own eyes. And in the narrative sense. If there's somebody Fridola wronged, and they feel very wronged, oh, thank you! Thank you so much, Anonymous, for the $50 donation. Very poggers of you. Super duper appreciate it. It gets us to 134, which is just a little bit closer to our first stretch goal. Our first stretch goal being at $250. That stretch goal being, when we hit that, we'll be able to, we will be voting on the next class that I unlock and play through in the game to hold me responsible to actually unlock more classes. There's not many left, but there's a few of them being like Sage and Mechanist, for example, which is really cool. Also, I forgot to mention this earlier too, but the top donor, like the person who donates the most, also will get a Domino's gift card, because Domino's is one of the sponsors, and they're like, here, have a gift card, give it away, and I'm like, okay, so I will. At the top donor is Anonymous. I'll give it to somebody else. You can also see all of those things, like all of those like stretch goals and stuff, on the charity command. Because you can see it like, ba-da-da, like right there. See? Isn't that neat? But yeah. Pizza, yeah. So if you're the top donor, you get pizza. Congrats. But anyway, back to Fridola. I could talk about Fridola all day. I love her. I really do. I mean, that's the point of the character. How do you forgive the enemy? Exactly. It's like, Fridola's not necessarily a character that's going through this redemption arc, so you get to forgive her. That's not really what she wants. She wants her own peace of mind, which I think is very compelling and very cool. And there's some people who absolutely hate her. They just hate her. They really do. And honestly, that's fine. Because again, Fridola's not doing this for you, right? but she is trying to do better for everyone, right? Including herself, though, that she's a part of that. So I really vibe with that. I really dig that. And despite her angry and jaded attitude, I think Fridola is, at minimum, high A tier, honestly. I'm debating putting her in S tier, potentially. But I think she's up there. Because we love to see a flawed woman who's trying her best. Who is trying her damnedest. We don't always get to see that. We don't always get to experience that.
Our hearts sing in the chaos!
Zara, thank you.
Points for our Angie girls.
Zara, thank you so much for the biddies. I super duper appreciate it. Very kind of you. Illy, points for angry girls. We love some angry women. But we do, like, we love to see a character who's just going through the ringer and just trying her best to do better. That's good shit. We love that. So, people could be mad at me for that, but I don't care. And then, we have Frey. Frey's a very interesting character, and if you didn't play the Dark Knight quests, you probably don't know who Frey is, but let's be honest, you probably played the Dark Knight quests. Frey is a character who's a reflection of self, and reflection of self in a very cool way, kind of like how Xenos operates, but they are always going to be a part of you in a way, and they're kind of your self-esteem, in a sense, and a way for your warrior of light to sort of cope with the things that have happened to you. IRL aggro for Sadu S tier. All right, yeah, we'll just put Sadu down here. Now that Miri's gone, she won't be upset, so we'll just put her where she belongs. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, I kind of consider Frey to be an extension of the Warrior Light's own character. I would probably agree with you. I think Frey is kind of character development, which kind of puts Frey in this weird category of, like, they aren't really much of a character on their own. They're really much of a character on their own, but they are someone who is important still. Oh damn, it's Fridola. Orange! Come on, Fridola's so good. I can re-explain her later, but we had a good talk about Fridola. She's very, very good. But yeah, like, I think for Frey, you kind of have to put them, you can't really rank them very high. Because I think Frey depends way too much on the Warrior of Light and is not much of a character by themselves. So they go solidly in C category, right? They're only as interesting as you make them to be, which means they can't be in isolation very good, right? They're just kind of this blank slate. So that's where I would put Frey. Again, I'm including Frey in the best girls category because, technically, oh, I got logged out. Whoops. I got very concerned, like my internet just cut out or something. I was like, oh, we're queuing, I guess. AFK timer, they got me. This is a waifu tier list. Sort of. We're just ranking all of the characters, right? We're doing a best girls tier list. So this is kind of a waifu tier list, right? A little bit, but also not really. It kind of depends on the characters, you know? Hence why Alize is here. But yeah, so Frey is interesting, but ultimately not very high on the list. Just don't think they can be. But anyway, next we have one of my favorites, Gobby time. And that's Brayflox. Did you guys forget Brayflox? I hope you didn't, because I love Brayflox. Brayflox is a beautiful little goblin who does not appear much in the MSQ, but we do see them several places. And we love that for them. Gobbies rise up. Gobbies rise up and boom like thunder. But yeah, so we have Brayflox, and she appears several times in the story. She's unique as she is a female Gobby. And we don't see a ton of those, but also Gobby's gender is Gobby. So they don't really have a lot. You can't really tell what a Gobby's gender is, right? They're Gobby. And Brayflox is a chaotic little cheesemaker who's also a hero in her own right, having helped defeat not only Leviathan, but Titan without the Echo. Like, remember that. Brayflox, this little goblin that loves stinky cheese, not only stole their cheese recipe from the Illuminati, but also defeated Leviathan and Titan without the Echo. What? Like, have you ever thought of that? Like, Brayflox is an absolute bamf. She means business. Like, she means business. But also, unfortunately, we just don't see her a ton. She's fun, she's chaotic, but we don't really get enough of her to, like, actually be able to probably rank her super high. So I'd say she's going in B. Because Brayflox is great. It's false to Brayflox to save us all, and we love her for that. So I'd say she's solidly in B. She's a fun little chaotic goblin who's an absolute bamf, but she did make us go on a wild goose chase. You know, if you recall the Company of Heroes quest. So we'll just put her there. Although FF14 is a game where stole cheese from the Illuminati is a factual statement, absolutely correct. Yes, she's from the Company of Heroes. Yep. She's not only defeated one, but two primals without the Echo. She's a gob of immense power. Love that for her. And then next on the list, this one's gonna make people angry. The next on the list we have is Hilda. Hilda, our only mixed species character in the game. Very interesting, right? She's also plays a role in, I believe, the Mechanist quests. You see her a little bit in the MSQ here and there, but she has extremely little screen time. I mean, very, very little screen time. To the point where we really don't know much about her, especially if you never played the Mechanist questline like me. You know even less about her. She's a nice lady. She's a bit gruff, but she's a really cool outfit, and she's perfectly nice. But almost the same problem as Frey. We see so little of her, we can't really give her a high ranking. Cause like, we see Brayflox more than we see Hilda. I'm not kidding, like her combined screen time is very, very small. Way smaller than most people think, and Brayflox's is a lot bigger than most people think. But like, for Hilda, unfortunately, and again, people are gonna try to kill me for this, but unfortunately, I'm gonna have to put her in C tier. She's great. But she's great for all of the 5 minutes we see her. Looks cool, makes an impression, not much else. I mean, can anyone remember a Hilda line, even? Like that's what I mean, is like, there's not a lot of memorable anything that happens with her. Which is a shame, because she looks really cool, and like, the few moments we have spent with her have been cool. But there's just not much else there. She's pretty, but this isn't a chart based solely off appearance. If it was a chart based solely off appearance, we already know who's going to win for who's the absolute hottest character in this entire game, right? That'd clearly be Tiamat, right? No, I'm kidding. Right there really loudly during combat? Yeah, sure. But also, hi Knight. And hi Hunton, how are you? Oh, Rose, thank you. But yeah, so Hilda just can't go very high on the list because she's just not there that much, you know? Which is unfortunate, but that is how it has to be. Gets forgotten about after a certain point in Heavensward. She kind of gets forgotten about in Heavensward immediately after her introduction. Like, she's just not present. She's just not present. So, she's in C tier. And I know people will riot. I apologize. But this next character has more screen time than Hilda does, which is wild to think about. But Philomene. We love Philomene. She's a cat girl MILF. We love her. She's fantastic. You know, love her. Great. She has more screen time than Hilda. Just let that sink in. Let that sink in. But she also, we don't know her super well. We learned bobs about her, but a lot of her story is tied to Minfilia's story, which is kind of where she's at home, right? But she's lovely. She's a great cat mom. We do get to see her regularly, which is sweet. And she's got some side quests involved with her that are really intense. But as for her, we just don't have a lot of character development for her. But we do have more screen time for her. We do like what we see. She's a comforting presence. So I feel like she's solidly in low B tier. Behind Dulia and Brayflox both, because they have sort of this more standout personalities. They stand out a bit more. But Philomene has a lot of screen time, and she actually is a very welcoming and warm presence, kind of like Dulia, right? She's very pleasant to be around. She's also only 37. And the game likes to pretend she's ancient, which is very funny. Yeah, I would say solidly in B tier. Just kind of on the lower end. And then time for the absolute sexiest character in this entire game. That's Tiamat. She's a dragon. We love to see that for her. We do. But Tiamat is a character we don't spend a lot of time with, and while her story is certainly tragic and very cool, Rose, thank you so much for the donation. Super very poggers of you. Every donation goes towards the worthy cause of bringing entertainment therapy and gaming therapy to children and hospital stays. So thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. We are also only about $20 away from our first stretch goal, which is poggers. And also, Rose, that means you're in the lead for the Domino's gift card, because the top donor gets a gift card. Domino sponsored the event. Very poggers of them. But yeah, let me move my camera a bit. There we go. So as for Tiamat, we don't get a ton of time with her. She's great. Love her. Hi, Nevik. We don't get a ton of time with her. So I think solidly, unfortunately,
Little son.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Tiamat's probably going in C tier. Just because we don't have a lot of time with Tiamat aside from very sad, tragic backstory. And she almost feels more like an Estanian character than she does us, which is fine. But she does kind of feel like an NPC that's not really built for us, in a way. Tiamat also suffers from most interesting stuff is in relation to others, for sure. A lot of her story does not necessarily feel like her own, so she doesn't rank very highly, though she is very cool, and we love a powerful dragon lady. So we're putting her solidly here. And Zara, thanks so much for the 17 months. God, you and Sal both. Did you know that 10 plus 7 equals 17, which is how much to subscribe for, which is kind of poggers. Appreciate it. So yeah, Tiamat is pretty good. Speaking of pretty good characters, we have Kryl, who really has been beginning to shine in Endwalker
Sadhu SSS dear, she can punch me in the face any day.
Sadhu is a triple S tier character, yes, we all know. She's great. Great character. The gays really love her. We love to see it. But thank you. Thank you for the 8 months. I'll super duper appreciate it. Wake, did you know that 4 + 4 = 8, which is 7 to subscribe for? That's kind of poggers. How are you? How's your beautiful face? We love Sadhu. But we also love Kryl. We love Kryl. Kryl is great. She's been in more time to shine in the MSQ recently with Endwalker, and we love that for her. She also has really pretty hair that we never get to see. It was under her cat one, like her cat hoodie. She has a cat hoodie, which is great. Also, she and Tataru can torment Estinian any day. That shit is hilarious. So funny. Love to see it. She's also just a big nerd, and she's really nice. And I kind of ship her with Estinian. I know some people don't, and some people don't like that, but like, I don't know. I feel like at minimum, they'd be pretty cool friends. I feel like there's potential there, you know? It's a good dynamic. And Kryl, in my opinion, is a character I actually like quite a lot. She's very interesting, and she performs the role of being a scholar very well. She doesn't need to be a warrior per se, right? She's kind of like the replacement for Minfilia in a way, but she's a lot more active than Minfilia is, right? Oh, which I call a plus wanting to see more of her character. I would agree. I think she's, again, similar to Minfilia, but a bit more active as a character. He's so prickly, I know, right? So I think I can solidly justify putting her in A tier. Because again, Kryl's great. Like, does anyone not like Kryl for a good reason? Like, there's not a lot of flaws with her, which is kind of funny considering A tier so far is people without flaws and people with a lot of flaws. So that's how it works, right? It's one way or the other. But I'd say she's pretty solid A tier, probably middle of the pack in A tier. Not a lot to complain about. She's a cool character. I always love seeing her. And she's just, again, a very nice, comforting presence, which we love to have. Like, what's wrong with that? You know? So, yeah. Yeah, that's Kryl, right? Can't hate her. I could totally see Kryl and Estine having the girl gets the guy in the end style romance, opposite to the basic romantic trope. I could maybe see something like that, yeah. I mean, I ship them a little bit. I know some people don't, but like, I personally do, right? I think they're cool. But speaking of people who I don't think are cool, we have Vanette. Vanette. Or Heidelen. I don't really know what to call her. Heidelen / Vanette, they're like the same person. I'm pretty, like, all but confirmed are the exact same person. So, like, where do I put her? Well, you see, I'm not a big fan of Heidelen, personally. And this might be a spicy opinion, but I personally believe that with Heidelen, like, she kind of... It's, the reasons I don't like her aren't necessarily her fault, right? She's not necessarily a problem in that sense. She did defeat Zodiark and lock him away, but what was the backup plan? And what was the plan with anything else aside from that? She had this idea of, like, making these bunny rabbits to take people off of the planet and make things better, but what about just stopping the Asians? You know what I mean? Which I think is what the Warriors of Light were supposed to be, but without that good line of communication, without these ways to, like, contact and, like, be able to, like, communicate with her, it it causes a lot of issues, you know? I'm also only level 86 in the MSQ, so maybe this changes, right? Maybe this changes. We don't know. We don't know. Also, hi JJ, how are you? Do you like the t-shirt? I think it's pretty cool. How's your beautiful face? Also, hi Arcana, how are you? The shirt you have on it is S tier? Thank you. I like to think so. I got it from the last charity stream last year. Very cool. I dig it a lot, and it felt appropriate to wear it right now, as we raise money by making tier lists of FF14 characters. I hope you're well, JJ. But yeah, so like for Vanette / Heidelen / I think they're the same person. I'm gonna have to go with the spicy opinion of like, I'm gonna put her in D tier. She's not F tier, because like, there are no F tiers, of course. But like, she's just not great. And while, you know, some may say Kryl is useless, that's not necessarily a bad thing per se, but sort of the issues with Crystal Mom cause actual problems. Like, very serious, dangerous problems where people even die. Like Kryl not being able to help in a situation is like, oh, okay, fine, we'll do something else then. Heidelen not telling us certain things causes a lot of issues. And really causes the whole spin out that happens over the course of the game to a degree, right? There's other compounding factors too. And I may be missing some information, but that's all that I have. I'm glad you're great, JJ. That's great to hear. But yes, beautiful branch tier. You're right. Except if we put anyone in with Feo's tier or a shirt, Feo might be upset. But maybe we could get Feo a shirt. Maybe, right? Perhaps. So, yeah, my opinion is Heidelen is going there. And I know you might say, but Crystal Mommy, remember, attractiveness is not the sole factor in how we rank these characters. Reason being, it's sort of the best person, right? Not necessarily like who's the most like ooh woo, you know? So, she's gonna firmly end up there. Now, as for the next character, honestly... Oh, Orange, thank you so much. Hoggers of you. Thank you so much for the $20 roonies. I super duper appreciate it. Every dollar, every bit, every cent is going to help make some kids' days in the hospital. It's a very, very kind thing for you to do. And that does firmly actually land us in our first stretch goal. Which our first stretch goal, for those of you that perhaps need the reminder, it is unlocking a new class and chat being able to vote on the next class that I unlock, which is pretty cool. Does that refresh? Perfect. The next stretch goal is at 500, which is an official short story reading stream. We've done that before, where we've done like dramatic readings of the short stories, the official short stories of FF14. And that's what we'll be doing again if we hit 500. Probably reading some of the like, either the Shadowbringers ones that I haven't gotten to, or some of the like Dawn Unto Death ones. Those Endwalker-y ones. Though apparently I think there is a Stormblood one I'm really supposed to read. I think there's a Xenos one. But yeah. So that is our next one for our stretch goals. As for this next person, this is Lumet. Lumet. I decided to include her, one, because we needed more girls on the tier list, but two, I really like her, and she is an MSQ character. She appears in the MSQ several times. And while when we first meet Lumet, we don't know a ton about her, but we learn a lot about her in Shadowbringers, which is very, very cool. So much so that I love her. I love her so much, dude. She is fantastic. We love a girl who rejects tradition and is willing to abandon her own people even, to see that good things are done, to see that justice is done, and to see that there are better people and better lives in the world, right? We love to see a girl who's just trying her best and also has a crush on somebody that she likes. And is not afraid to admit it, which is very cool. This is great. My team is trying to get me to FF14. This will help me feel like I know what I'm doing. Be mindful of spoilers, but yes, you'll have the absolute best opinions on characters, JJ. Trust me. Promise. I only have the most excellent of opinions. Just saying. But Lumet is great. She's fantastic, and she's a very powerful and strong character who unfortunately does everything right. But still, it comes to this. So at minimum, she's S tier. On God, she's S tier, seriously. Probably low S tier, and I know this is a spicy opinion, but she's really cool. She really is. I think she's an incredibly compelling character who has an amazing story, and the story of her and her companions in general, I think is very, very good. Very, very well written. And I could not stop crying in you-know-what cutscene. But I could not stop crying. I lost it. I just completely lost it. She's perfect. She's amazing. She did nothing wrong. She redeemed role quest for me? Same, pretty much. Best role quest. I said to Giat. Yeah, I love Giat too. Yeah, I love Lumet. She's fantastic. She deserves to be an S tier. I will fight anyone who disagrees. Speaking of fighting people, guess who we have next? It's Living Way. Living Way. That's Lumet's Hardbird. Exactly, Oni. We have Banui. Banui, who is a problem. She's nice, I suppose. But she's also a brat, and she's very smug, and she's mean to me. The bunnies have genders. They have feminine and masculine voices. I mean, they use she, her pronouns for her. So she might not have gender. I don't know. But like Feo, we included Feo on both tier lists because it's Feo, and we can't not include Feo. Right? So we gotta include them. I feel like we gotta include Living Way, at minimum. Banui, the one that's trying to do her best. Is she? Is she though? She's a little bastard. Honestly. If we do not include Fae, we have a problem with all of the Fae. Exactly, exactly. We are in big trouble, and I don't want to get turned into a leaf person. For Living Way, honestly, I'm putting her in D tier. I don't like her. She's cute, sure. But just because you're cute and adorable doesn't mean you could wash the stank off of your personality. Seriously, she's so mean. And she tried to kidnap Urianger. She tried to kidnap Urianger. You don't kidnap the hot elf man. That's rude. Don't kidnap our astrology boy. We need him. We need him. And she tried to kidnap him. So. Oh, Uri. I mean, Sal, you are also our delightful, our hot elf boy. You are also our hot elf boy. But we're talking about Urianger here. So that's where I'm gonna put Living Way. You are allowed to disagree with me. You're allowed to be upset. You're allowed to hate me with every fiber of your being. But oh, just you wait until we get towards the end of this tier list, because baby, they're like the last bout of people we have here. I'll even spice it up and put like these last bouts of people here are gonna be the spiciest opinions coming out. Promise. Promise. Don't kidnap the eye candy. Exactly. But now, as for another amazing character, Lucia. God, I love me Lucia, the prodigal daughter. The prodigal daughter returns home. If this had been before Endwalker, I may not rank her super high. She might be a solid B tier or something, right? But Lucia is very, very cool, and it's a criminal that we do not get more screen time of her, but we've been getting a lot more in Endwalker, which has been fantastic. The prodigal daughter. Just amazing, honestly. Oh, Zara! Thank you so much for the $50 runes. That gets us closer to our next stretch goal, which is a dramatic reading stream of the Final Fantasy XIV official stories. So I appreciate the donation, very, very kind of you. It is for a very, very good cause, getting entertainment resources and helping make children's stays at hospitals just a little bit better. Thank you so much. Very, very kind. Thank you so much. She came back big, bad way for Endwalker. Oh, yeah. No, I got what you're saying. Lucia's very, very cool. Like I said, literally the prodigal daughter returns. I love that business. I love that dramatic symbolism. It's so cool. Very cool for her to, like, go from this one banished country to another one and then just make everything better where she goes, serving faithfully the best that she can in the best way she can, despite the hate she receives for everything she does. I love her. I'm not sure, this might be a bit spicy, but I do think she deserves at least A tier. High A tier in my opinion. I don't think she's done enough to stand out to get into S tier, but like Fridola and Kryl, her character is so good, she's gotta be high up, right? That puts her above B tier. That's gotta put her above B tier. She'd be S tier if she had more screen time in my opinion. I would agree with that. Yep, I would agree. She stands out in a few ways like that, but she's just not quite far enough to go into S tier. Like Fridola is honestly kind of my line here for A and S tier, and Lucia's pretty close to Fridola. Both of them they've got potential to go into S tier, but they're not quite there yet, in my opinion. Right? And then, we have another character that I think is also very good and also underutilized, but I understand why she is. And that's Lena. We love Lena. What a lady. What a gal. What a great bunny. Better bunny than Living Way, I might add. Lena's the captain of the guard. She's a dancer. We'd love to see that for her. She's very cool. Granddaughter to Papa Exarch. We love that. But we don't have a lot of screen time with her. She's kind of this no-nonsense general type of character, and we love that. But we don't have a ton of screen time with her, and she also doesn't stand out in a lot of ways. She's kind of this character, right? She fits the mold of this character type. She is that character type, and that's what she is. Her best scene is easily the I'm fine scene, and that's great, but she doesn't really have any scenes that compete with it. She has that one scene that I think is the highlight. She has the scene saying goodbye to the Exarch, and that's pretty good too, but honestly, her VA killed it. But a VA does not make a character, right? Her voice actress, amazing. And I think really is like so much of the driving force behind Lena's character is the performance of the voice actress. But that does not necessarily mean that she as a character is top tier, right? Though again, that one cutscene, just I'm fine. It's fine. Oh, that's so good. You love it when somebody punches the ground in anger of how cruel the world can be to them. So yeah, Lena's great, but she doesn't really go beyond her role. And that, yeah, kind of what New Guy's saying. She serves her role well, but she does not go beyond that. Not much else. So I would just place her at the top end of B tier. I would say while she's very cool and she's very, very good, she's just not necessarily the best, right? She doesn't belong in S or A tier because she's not the best. Very good, high up on the list, but that's where she is. Love that for her. Now, as the resident Femro stan of the FF14 community, we already know that Merlwib is at least S tier. That's not necessarily true, though. But Merlwib is next. Hi, Lowry. How are you? How's it going? Merlwib is next, and I love that for her. She's a very cool, interesting character who I think would rank lower had it really not been for 5.4 as a patch. The 5.4 patch, I think you see Merlwib absolutely stand on her own as a character and really, really launches her way, at least into my heart. She's very cool before that, but we get a lot more development with her, and we get to see how much of an absolute Chad that she is. I mean, just how much of an absolute, just amazing woman that she is, right? Remember when she, like, tossed a guy a loaded gun and was like, look, if you don't trust me, I understand that. You can kill me, and if that will make things right between all of this, then go for it. Because I am that willing to stand by what I believe in. So, that's what makes things right. Pull the trigger. And honestly, yeah, no. Pretty awesome. She's an absolute bamf. We love her for it. Wish she got more screen time. She's a city leader who does not get a lot of screen time, which is sad. And 5.4 again was great for her, but I mean, we barely see her in the other X packs, right? Barely see her. Still, she's great. Love her a lot. I would probably have to definitively place her in A tier. I don't think she can go into S tier, because again, guys, S tier is the coveted location. But she is fantastic. She's a fantastic character. And I love her a lot. I really appreciate her a lot. And I can't find a lot wrong with her, right? A is for Admiral. A is for Admiral. And again, as the resident Femro stan, I have to rank her highly. She's about our only Femro representation in the game, and she is good representation, so we love that for her. But, yeah. That's what we are. Yeah, I am well, Lowry. I'm doing pretty good. We're doing a charity stream and ranking FF14 characters, so it's pretty fun. But yeah, that's where I would put her. Now we have another character that I have a lot of spicy opinions about, actually. And that's, Amy. It's Amy. It's Amy. Amy is, Alphino and Alize's mother. She's great. Again, we love a MILF. What a nice lady. She's very pretty, and she loves her kids, which we appreciate, and I also have some problems with her. Let's say it first. Problems being, why does she just let her husband do whatever he wants? Like, do y'all, like, understand what I mean by that? Can't she just tell her husband to just relax and, I don't know, not disown their kids? Because that's something I'm not super happy about. I wonder if she really has much power there. Maybe. mean, Asmira, maybe. But Charlian didn't strike me as an extremely patriarchal society. It does not strike me that way at all, right? Like, you can't... It seems pretty egalitarian. And while they're very isolationist, they don't seem extremely conservative. They're just sort of like middling, right? Don't forget, she gave away her husband's stuff very easily. That was funny, right? Well, like, I feel like she's got to be able to do something about it, right? Maybe there's some decorum or something, but like, it would be nice to see her put more of her foot down instead of just being like, oh, sorry. It's interesting. Sharai tells her kids to go behind your dad and prove him wrong, but doesn't appear to do much herself. Yes, correct. I'm not sure if it's a good idea to talk about her too much when where you are in the story. Perhaps. Hi, Ascendant Blue. She lets her hubby thinks he's in charge while she's funding a group to save the world. Sure. Like, she's... But she's not like... I don't think she pulls her weight where she should. I really do think that she needs to, like, actually just tell her husband off, right? Like, stop her. Her hubby disowns her kids and she lets them sleep under the same roof as her. Yeah, Toma, exactly. Exactly, Toma, thank you. Like, that's kind of the point I'm getting at, is, like... She presumably can do something about that, right? She doesn't seem like... She doesn't seem like she's somebody who has zero power. But we don't have that information, right? You're assuming that he's allowed in the house. Ha ha ha. I mean, yeah, we are, right? Unless proven otherwise. It's just weird, because it's like... I mean, she's great. She's pretty. Like, she's not a bad person, I don't think. But she did let her husband disown their children. So, my maternal instincts have kicked in. I'm sorry to say. But I'm gonna put her in C tier. Again, that might be a spicy opinion. But, like, we have very little screen time of her. We don't have a lot of screen time with her at all. And we have the added sort of negative perception of, like, why didn't she do something to stop her husband? Like Alphino and Alize were heartbroken. Like, and dare I say, that's almost a traumatic experience, having your father disown you in front of a room of world leaders, or at least some world leaders. Very important people that you hope to not, like, cause a serious kerfuffle with, because you want to obtain their respect. And then your dad comes in and basically humiliates you in front of all these people. And Amy's response is just kind of like, hey, just like, don't worry about him. You know, like, I don't know. That's how I see things. Perhaps I am wrong, but Humiliates assumes the world leaders in the room actually care about his opinion more than the Scions. That's not true. It's still a humiliating experience to be Alphino or Alize in that position, right? The world leaders may not care, right? I'm sure Senna did not give a hoot what he thought, right? But that doesn't mean it's still not humiliating to have your, like, your dad do that to you, right? It's humiliating for him to be that thin-skinned. I mean, sure. Still humiliating, though. Like, it's not great. That's my point, is, like, being in the position that they are in is not a great place to be, because they're so... It's just a bad place to be, just to be blunt. you know. So again, I'm gonna put her in C tier because I think that is probably where she belongs. She's odd in relation to the circumstances. Yeah, pretty much. And then we have Minago. Nago, Lisa's girlfriend. Love Minago. She's great. She does get a pretty good amount of screen time in Stormblood. We don't see her a ton thereafter, but the parts that we do see her for, we love her. She's a cool haircut. Love to see it. And I don't have a ton to say about her other than she's cool and I like her. Also, she can ride a griffin. That's kind of cool. So we love a rebellious girl who actually survives the war. One of the only people in the rebellion that does. Helps Lisa out, can ride a griffin. We love that for her. Very cool. I like her a lot, and I would solidly place her in B tier. I think that is where she belongs. She's a good character. Could stand seeing more of her, but yeah. Then we have my girl, Nadonna. Great character. Great lady. We love this elephant lady. She's fantastic. Honestly, fantastic. Very smart, very intelligent, emotionally acute, able to help us solve the crises of the world. We love that for her. And honestly, what's there to not like about Nadonna? There's nothing to dislike about her. I have no complaints. She's awesome. So, we love her. I can't wait to see more of her. Again, don't have a ton to say about her, but I think she's solidly in A tier. She's a great character. Love her a lot. Very, very cool. I would not put her S tier because I don't think she stand out enough. She doesn't stand out enough. Does not have that emotional drill that she maybe needs to get ahead. But yeah, I think she's great. Again, that's all I got, right? There's not much else to say about her. She's great. The Nanamo pick still makes me giggle. It's such a good Nanamo pick, right? And the next character is Nanamo. Nanamo, the absolute Chad. And a character that we've actually seen. It's weird to think about this. Nanamo is one of the characters that we've seen grow the most. She's had some of the most character development in the entire game. Going from when we first meet her to now. She has changed so much. So much. And we love that for her. Going from a Sultana who's sort of this inexperienced, not very effective leader to getting poisoned, surviving a revolution, attempted coup, and restabilizing her country and figuring out how to spin her own enemy's game against her, and then stand up to the fucking tyrant of tyrants and basically tell him, you know what? Screw you. I don't like your attitude. Like, I think she's truly one of 14's best characters. She went from puppet to powerhouse. She really did. And she's one of the characters we've seen grow the most, and there are some very emotional cutscenes with Nanamo that I love, and her relationship with her Bon is so freaking wholesome, dude. He's just her big grumpy dad, and she's just like this tiny pink daughter, and just I love her. I really do. Like, she's also iconic, honestly. Yeah, she looks like this. She's this giant. She's like this big pink strawberry, and I love that for her. She's adorable. Her color palette is the same as mine. We love to see it. Honestly, y'all, our girl deserves S tier. She does. I truly think Nanamo is S tier material. She's an amazing character. She really, really is. And we've seen her develop and develop over the course of time so much. So much more so than all of the other world leaders. With the exception of maybe Amrit. No, that's not even true. We've not seen Amrit grow like she has. We've seen a lot of Amrit, but we've not seen her grow like she has. She's so unique, she's so powerful, and she's changed so much, which is so cool. Also, Remember when she's the only world leader in the meeting with Varys, the Emperor, who just has the absolute gall to just come out to Varys and just be like, you keep saying all of these things like you're making a point, but really you're just pointing out problems that we have without ever demonstrating any real solutions. And interestingly enough, your only real way to argue with us is to basically just say, no, you. And you don't actually present a real argument. Like, legitimately just comes out, looks Varys in the eye, and says, are you gonna stop acting like a little boy? Are you gonna stop throwing a temper tantrum? Because the adults are talking. Like, boom. God. Her growth on pair with Alphino. Similar. I mean, Alphino has way more screen time, but they're like levels of growth, yeah. Pulling out a man whose magnitude's larger than her. What a boss. Yeah. She's so tiny, so pink against this gigantic man dressed in red and black armor and just has the gall to look at him and just say like, can you stop throwing a temper tantrum, please? The adults are talking. Like, just boom. God, I love her. I love that for her. Really, really do. Also, Flux, I hope they unchained Amric from his desk. That would be nice, wouldn't it? So, again, she's amazing. Love her. And then we have Mogrita. Do I need to say anything? I don't think I do. She's S tier. Not a lot of screen time, but I would argue out of all of the characters in the entire game, Mogrita makes one of the biggest impressions, if not the biggest impression in the entire game. And she does so with 2 patches. She is so amazing, she is so unique, she is so potent, and she is so powerful. Truly, she's perfect in every single way. And she's still my favorite. She's still my favorite. Well, anyway. Sad reflections over, So, I also included Rowena. She's here, by the way, that's who this is, if you can't tell. I'm gonna start crying if I talk about Mogrita, so we're moving on. Mooney did deserve. Big Mooney deserves so much more, I agree. She really did. Also, hi, Raven. Oh, I'm so sad. So sad. Anyway. Yeah, so Rowena. Rowena's kind of an important character. In lore, she's very important. Even though she doesn't really appear in the MSQ much at all. I think there's one scene that she's in, technically. But if you do the weapon quest and stuff, you know of Rowena. The smell of capitalism in the morning. True. And while she is sort of a capitalistic force to be reckoned with, she's very scary. I'm scared of her. But I will have the absolute gall to put her in D tier. Mostly because, again, she's not the nicest of people. And we don't get a ton of screen time with her. She's kind of supposed to be a meme, too. She's kind of supposed to be funny. And she's important in the lore of the world, but not really the story. So we don't get a lot of time with her. She's cute, I guess, but she's also scary. She terrifies me. So she's just gonna stay there. And now, here we are. The last leg of the best girls of Final Fantasy XIV. And potentially the most controversial. The next grouping of characters I expect to be extremely spicy. And for people to not like me much. Whoops. Though I think we can at least agree on this one. Reen. We love Reen. She's adorable. She's wonderful. But unfortunately, a lot of her development halfway through the game is not great. A lot of Reen's development is like, hey guys, I'm Minfilia, and Thancred's like, trauma, and the other sides are like, time to abandon this situation and leave. And Reen's like, I guess I'm all alone. Like, and it's really sad. But then past that sort of midway point, her character development's amazing. It was something originally anchored to Minfilia. It was originally like anchored to Minfilia, but then she kind of separates from that and becomes her own character, which is a very compelling story too, and is very, very good. Gaia is not on the tier list. She's not an MSQ character, unfortunately. So she's not here. Also, Reen's development in like spin-off content like the raids or even like other parts of the MSQ outside of Shadowbringers is very, very good. And we love that for her. We really do. She's very cool, and the first is in very capable hands. I would have to say, I would firmly put Reen in A tier. No, I'll put her ahead of Kryl even. I think it's very, very cool that she has this character arc of her becoming her own person. But I do think the first half of her character arc is very rough and could have been a lot better. It is not perfect, which is an issue. She's a very good arc, but again, that first half is rough. And part of that's because it's so anchored to Minfilia and Thancred and other characters that aren't her. Now, you can argue that sort of lack of agency is important for her character arc so that we get to see what she goes through. But also, it's not really fun to see a little girl so alone and suffering, you know? Like, that's not great. That doesn't feel great. So, I would put her in A tier. Because, again, that first chunk of her arc, I think, is a bit rough. It could have been better. But she's very cool, and is very cool character dynamic. And then we have Senna, who's a character that I forget about very often. Senna doesn't really do anything. And normally, this character is useless is not really a great complaint, because a character not being the most useful person in the world doesn't make them bad, per se. But with Senna, it causes issues. The reason being is because Senna is in charge of a whole-ass country. Now, that's an issue because people are dying. People are dying, Senna. Do something. Please. Please. And I know she's beholden to the whims of, like, the elementals and stuff, but, like, the fact that she just doesn't really do anything about that, I still feel like it's still a problem. We need more development for her, and I think it's coming. But honestly, out of all the characters here, she might just be the worst one. Honestly. Like, I might rank her the lowest out of everyone here. She's not F tier. Oh, Matoya. God, Matoya. Shoot. Well. Whoops. One of the slowest speakers of the game. Oh, I think she did. Wasn't she the first leader to proclaim not to aid the science against Garlemald? Oh, wait. Written. I completely forgot Matoya. Senna just isn't allowed to do anything. I mean, I guess. I don't disagree with that. But, like, that doesn't make her better. She's just kind of there. And like even the bunny is cute and adorable. And even Heidelen, I guess, is trying in her own not great way. And even Rowena at least takes in orphan children. Senna just... is there. Like... her story doesn't even feel unfinished. It feels like it quite hasn't started yet. I would agree. Yeah, it doesn't really feel... I mean, she doesn't have a character arc. She's a completely static character. She's just there. Senna's siblings have more impact than she does. Kinda, yeah. So yeah. I don't. I'm gonna rank her pretty lowly. And that might upset some people. But I told you we were getting to spice territory. You betcha, baby. And then we have Yaguri. Yaguri. One of the Stormblood ladies who has been, who, like a ninja, has disappeared into the night. We don't really get anything with Yaguri anymore, which is a shame, because it feels like she never got a character arc. Like, we meet her in ARR, and that's very cool. And she actually has a lot of screen time. From ARR to Heavensward to Stormblood. And then it just abruptly cuts off, and we just don't see her again. Which is a shame, because it felt like they were building up to something. But then that something never landed. Gosetsu is a very satisfying character arc, right? Kian exists. And Yaguri kind of exists a lot for Hien and for her people. But that ARR storyline of hers is often forgotten about. And... yeah, and I was gonna say, and I understand there's a situation with her VA, if I'm understanding this correctly, right? But she's a very important character, so I didn't want to just not include her. I just don't really know what to do with her. Does that make sense? Like, because again, like, there, you know, there's been some, you know, her VA got, and that's not good. But her character feels very incomplete. And it's just not great because things haven't... I don't know, it's difficult. She's in a weird position. She's in a very weird position, and I don't know necessarily how I feel about her. Even with the stuff that she was in, she served the plot more often than not. Yeah, she felt more like a character designed to push plot than have any development of her own. Which is why I'm going to spicily put her in C tier. Some people may not like that, but I think with the development of, like, Yaguri and sort of her weird positioning in the story and how it feels like they were building up to something for her and then they dropped it, she unfortunately is lacking quite a bit. It's rough. It's rough. It really is. Like, I don't know. I wish I could give her a higher up on the list, but, like, I just don't. I just can't justify putting her any higher. It's not that she's a bad character, she just feels incomplete. And that's kind of where a lot of C characters are, you know? I feel like Hien took a lot of what could have been potentially a Yaguri development away from her. I don't disagree with that. Especially since Hien's an extremely boring character. It kind of feels like things were mismanaged there, you know? Gosetsu, out of the Doman party, Gosetsu's easily the most interesting and easily the best character. I want a reason to like her more. I do too. And she's cool, but You know, again, we're not judging people based off of how cool the character is. We're not judging people based off of how much of a awesome ninja they are, because she's an awesome ninja. She just doesn't do much, which is a bummer. And again, she just feels very incomplete, which is sad. Then we have another hot take for you all. Tataru. We all love Tataru, don't we? Why? Why do you like Tataru? 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 She's a silly lady, and she's very intimidating, I suppose. But, like, what does she do? I fear her. I mean, she's a crafter, yeah, right? Everything? Sure. Handles the money. World's most competent receptionist? Oh, she is. And people love her for it. But, what's her character arc? She's kind of just comedic relief, right? Hi, Dark, how are you? She's kind of just comedic relief, and she does a good job of it, so I can't really fault her for that. But that doesn't mean she's going to be a standout best character ever kind of thing. There's not really any emotional beats with Tataru. Maybe one or two. And we like to meme on her a lot, and we love her a lot. Alright, see ya, JJ. But there's just not much to her. Like, there's not much to her character. She's a very simple character. But she's comic relief. She's funny. So I appreciate her. So I'll put her in B tier. Towards the end of B tier. Alright. You too, JJ. The only time she had a full arc was her feeling like she wasn't doing enough of failing to be an artist, if I recall. And then it didn't really go anywhere after that. Like, she kind of, like, came to terms with that, like, a little bit, but they didn't really touch much on that later. I think her character arc is incomplete. We've got, like, a beginning, a middle, but no end. Yeah, I'd agree. Like, you know, she's funny, but there's some Tataru stands out there that I feel like would absolutely slaughter me for putting her just in B tier and at the bottom of B tier even. But there's just not much there. Like, she's funny, has some character development, not really much. She doesn't have a full arc. It just kind of stops at a point. She's alright, but not a character that I resonate with a lot. Those of you that know me will know that Tataru's not a character, like, is a character I'm not necessarily super attached to. She's just there, right? Also, hi, Dark. Thank you so much. But yeah, things have been going pretty well, ranking the Gorals of FF14. Best Goral. So yeah. I think the fondness of her mostly comes from being one of the first few faces we meet during ARR, so she's all along with the background the whole time. Unlikable, but not a top tier character for me. I would agree. Y'all do understand that Tataru is the one who decides who joins the Science and who doesn't. Nobody gets past Tataru. I don't see how that affects anything. My argument isn't that she does nothing, or that she's not important. It's just that she doesn't have a fulfilling character arc, and she's not a very well-developed character. She's not a bad character by any means. That's why she's in B tier. She's not a bad character. But there's not much she does that couldn't be done by others. She's just sort of there to provide some humor and to help do some stuff in the background, right? That doesn't make her a wholly unique character, and that doesn't necessarily make me like her aside from having some like comforting fondness for her. right? Like a lot of other characters in the same category. A static character is probably what I'd call her in general. I would agree with you, she is fairly static. But much like much of B tier, she's a good character who doesn't really change much. And, who doesn't really change much and is sort of a nice face to see, a welcomed face to see. But that's about it. Right? Also wish that some of her characters aren't regulated to side quests. I also hear supposedly in the ARR quest trimming that occurred, a lot of her character development was cut right out of it. Oh, Nanamo's not A tier, my guy. Nanamo's S tier, baby. Love that for her. But like, yeah, supposedly a lot of her character development was cut. Which sucks. Sucks for her. But maybe that's why I feel like she's static. So, that's it, right? She's very nice, but I'd like more. Same. I mean, that's how I would describe B team, right? They're great, but if we got more of them, it would be better. If there was more to their character arcs, more to them in general, it'd be great. That would bump them up, but that is where she belongs. Again, B tier is not bad, but it's not spectacular amazing. Snecko, I am beyond confused how you think I'm interpreting this. Nobody is an S tier. Even the hero can't go forward without the sun. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about. Like, we're grading characters based off of, like, character arc, like, plot dynamics, how they develop, the ways that they develop, dynamics they have with other characters, emotional impacts in the story. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. Also, I did warn you guys, this last leg of characters was gonna probably piss some of you off. In the vein of the Arcanist trying to combat thing and failing. I thought I remember that too, miss. Then we have Minfilia. Hi, Miri. Good old Minfilia. Love Minfilia. What a gal. What a lady. Minfilia is a very interesting character who undeniably had a lot of her character development stifled and was sort of a weird plot point in the story that got tossed around like a baseball for a while. The ending of her story, I think, is a bit satisfying, but it really is kind of like kind of like that, right? So it's the post-mortem MacGuffin character development, yeah. Which I don't appreciate. I hate that stuff. I really do. I really, really do. But I think her conclusion is somewhat satisfying. I think she is still a better character than some people think. But since she got put in the box, she's really stifled, and a lot of her potential is not great. So I would probably place her in B tier. I'd probably place her towards mid-upper B tier, around there. Because I think her character in ARR is good. I do think the ending of her arc is pretty good. But there's a lot of shit in between that is not great. Could have been a lot better, and that's kind of where B tier is in general. It's mostly made out of characters that are good, but could be better. They definitely have potential to go above, if that makes sense, you know? I think that fits. It feels like the writers just didn't know what to do with her. I agree, yeah. I also feel like they should have kept Minfilia alive for at least up until Heavensward. I don't disagree with that. Because even her death is weird. It's strange. Like, it just sort of happens, right? And then she, like, dies again, and then dies a third time. Like, it's so strange, right? And it's off screen, yeah. So, like, but that doesn't erase her character before, which again, I would argue is pretty solid. Again, nothing amazing. Die Hard 3, fridged harder, yeah. But not something that's absolutely spectacular. Hence, she's in B tier. That's where she belongs. I think it's weird because I think B tier is simultaneously too high and too low for certain people. If you're one of those people, tough. Sorry. Then we have my girl, Lise. Lise. We love her, right? Sure, then she died for over 100 years nonstop. Love that for her. Commander Hexed. Yep. Punch Girl time. Now, this may be a bit spicy for some people. I think Lisa's a good character. I do. I really do. Yeast, Yida the same character? Absolutely, they are the same character. Yep. They are the same person. Because they are the same person, right? The Yida we knew was Lise all along. Same person. You're right, and you should say it, yes. Lisa's a good character. Is she perfect? I don't know if that's true. And I think the biggest valid complaint about Lise, is an issue that has basically nothing to do with her actual character and is really more of like a big mistake on the dev's part in her character design. Just sort of the white savior kind of thing, right? Even though she's not supposed to be. And they really just bungled that, which is not great. But also, again, something I can't necessarily come down and make a lot of statements with finality on because I'm not a person of color. So that critique, I am sort of like separating a bit. I'm separating from the character a bit. It's a good critique, but it's not really an issue with her character itself as much as it is an issue in her design itself. Does that make sense? Like, I'm trying to like talk about like narrative and stuff, and it's kind of its own thing. Or at least that's kind of how I see it. I think you defend Lise. I'm always here to bat for my girl Lise, I really am. And like I said, that is probably the only actually good critique against Lise. Aside from that, she's S tier. And I do not care what other people say. She is actually S tier. She is one of our strongest female leads in the entire game, and I love that for her. She's very much her own character, and that's very, very cool, and I like that a lot. We get a lot of development with her, and her character arc is good, is legitimately good. She changes a lot over the course of Stormblood. And people can disagree with me, but I've yet to see a compelling argument. I legitimately, almost every criticism, except for the one, against Lise, is basically comes down to people don't like her because she's a woman. And like, that's about all I got for it. Like, legit, I do not see actual serious complaints about her, again, aside from the one, that don't just involve people just memeing on her. And I'm sorry to say, but like, that's not a legitimate complaint. Sorry. It's not. Most critiques I've heard about Lisa are literally my critiques about Hien, hilariously. Yeah, it's actually really interesting. And Hien gets a pass on so much shit. And Lise, people will try to levy the same shit against Lise, but they literally will ignore Hien. And we all know why. We all know why. And the same, like, the type of character, like, Lisa's character type, again, is fine when it's a male character, but when it's her, oh, it's an issue, right? Like, it's very annoying. So, am I putting her in S tier out of spite? Yeah, maybe a little bit. I don't really care, though. She develops very well. She's a good driving force in the story. She's a compelling character. And you know what? She's dumb. And I love that for her. That's great. She's a little dumb, and that's cool. Character flaws are good. Say it with me, chat. People don't have to be perfect, and that's okay. That's fine. Character flaws make characters interesting. Yeah. Literally, it. And I know, I think I'm preaching to the choir when I say all these things, but these are all the things I want to yell at Twitter sometimes. So, yeah, she doesn't have to be perfect. The fact that she tries her best and is so much better than where she starts at the beginning of the story is great. That's good, right? The thing that all the S tiers have in common is they all have great character development and great character dynamics that make them very interesting and unique. They're all very unique characters, and that's what makes them stand out. That's called a character arc. Yeah, it is. Then we got your girl, Yazael. What's to say about my girl Yazael? The fact that they did her dirty, but the fact that despite, I think she should have lived, right? I think she should have lived, right? But like, she did have a really good character, right? She went out on her own terms. She did. She did. And she should have become a scion, because that would have been really cool. And so you acquiesced is an arc. But she is one of the most complicated characters in the game, and Yazael did nothing wrong. She's great. Yeah, Harshafant and Yazael died in the same X-Pack, where Harshafant gets all the screen time and being remembered. Sag. Knight, say it again, Knight. Say it again! Really, she's such a cool, important character, and people kind of forget about her, which is such a shame. Which is such a shame, and she's such a good character. Like, she's so good, though. A very compelling character, worked well overall in the Heaven's Word story. I mean, she, in my opinion, is probably the best part of the Heaven's Word story. In my opinion. Her and Alphino are probably the best parts. I guess Estinian is cool, too. But I think she's better than, Estinian. I really do think that. You can disagree with me, but hey, I think that's true. And oh no, legit love Hirschfont with all my heart, but the game forgets about her so much. It's so unfair, especially since she's got way more development than our good lad Hirschfont. It's true. Very true. Hirschfont is great in his own right, but he doesn't have much of a character. Right. But Yazael does feel like a very complete story. Feels like a complete package. And honestly, I love her. I really like her. And again, I think she kind of has to go in S tier. I think she kind of does. And I think her and Nanamo are like tied too. Like she is high S tier. She is high S tier because she's amazing. She is legitimately amazing. And her character development is good. Her arc is good. Her story role is good. Her plot is good. Her motivation is good. Her character flaws are good. And the way she overcomes them is good. Like just the only thing I don't like about her is that there should just be more of her, right? But that's got nothing to do with her as a character, right? She's such, the reason why we all say that is because she's such a good character, right? Also, hi Waffle, how are you? And Culp, thank you so much for the follow, I super appreciate it. Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day, because my name is beautiful. Love you so much, welcome. So that's why we say that about her. She suffers from the same thing Mogrita, really? Gone too soon. Yep. Where she lives and chops her hair short? That'd be cool. Yazel got a lot of screen time. I mean, she got more screen time than most of the characters on this list, right? Like, probably most of these guys at least. Some of these folks. She's great. I mean, she was a major character in Heavensward. She was literally one of the characters in Heavensward. But it was really only long for a few patches in X-Pack, right? Now we move on to someone different. Because honestly, I don't know. Yasail's perfect. Love her. We move on to some different characters. Like Sadu. Good old Sadu. There's some Sadu stands in chat. And we'll see if they're okay with me. Sadu is great. Little Sun, she's hilarious. She's a great, she is a great comic relief character. She really is. She's fun. She's a cool dynamic with a lot of characters. She's gay. We love her. But she doesn't really do a ton. There's not much that she does. There's not much that she does. And that's true. She kind of yells and screams and blows stuff up, which is great. She's horny for battle, which is great. Is gay, that's cool. But she doesn't do much, right? Like, we see her participate in battles, and she is very much a side character in that sense. Oh, she bullies bad guy. She does. That's good. I think she's kind of one-dimensional, but a good dimension. I would agree with you, Colt. I think she is fairly one-dimensional. She's kind of a flat character. But she's still a very good character, because not every character needs to be multi-dimensional. Flat characters can be good. Now, there's some examples of there being more flat characters that are maybe not as good, right? But Sadu, I think, is somebody who is a bit flat, but works very, very well. Because when we talk about round characters versus flat characters, that does not mean a round character is automatically good and a flat character is automatically bad. Heidelen is a very round character, but she's in D tier. And I would even describe someone like Sadu as being a very flat character, but she's going to be higher on the list. Like the round and flat characters work for what they do in the story, right? So Sadu, I think, works very well for the story. And I feel like she's there to flesh out the world around her. Sure. And I would honestly say, I think she's going to go in A tier. I don't think she's S tier, but I would place her high on the list. In the same tier as her girlfriend, which is good for her. But kind of like Serena, we don't see Sadhu go above and beyond in a way that would bring her out of A tier, right? She's maybe a little more one-dimensional than Serena, but she's funny. She's great to have around. She's a hoot, right? But, right? There's not much else to her, aside from being funny, from being, you know, ready to fight stuff, all that jazz. She's just sort of, you know, happy to fight people. And, yeah. Runting Asadu with her girlfriend, adorable, right? Council accepts his humble offering. Oh, thank you, Mary. Like, I do think she's a good character, but she's not multi-dimensional enough to go into S tier. If she had a really powerful and satisfying character arc, sure. But, like, you gotta have a really powerful character dynamic or type or something to get into S tier, because all those S tier characters do. And the fact that, like, Mogrita and Lumet are there with very little screen time is just a testimony to how well made those two characters are, right? In my opinion. And, you know, again, Fridola's right there, right? She's right on that cusp. But Sadhu, she's good. She's a great character. So as a gigantic Sadhu stan, you have said not a thing that's incorrect. I've had to create a lot to write as much as I have. I believe you. There's just not much about Sadhu. But again, it works. Like, her role in the story is comic relief. And she performs that beautifully. She performs that better than a character, say, like Tataru, in my opinion. But, yeah. Oh, yeah, Toma. Like, Sadhu's, like, basically trans, if that makes sense. Which is cool. Her tribe has, like, a bunch of basically trans characters. It's close enough. And now, we have the last two. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Where do we begin? Yotseyu. One of my favorite characters. So there's some bias here, right? There's, like, a little bit of bias. But I also think she has a very good story. Her story is a tragedy. It's a tragedy. And that's something that's important to remember. Her story was not supposed to be happy. It was intended to be a tragedy. It was intended to be a cultural critique, too, and a really good one. And the emotions in her story is so good. Because, I mean, who amongst us can hear, like, Girl's got 3 whole songs in her boss fight. But who among us can hear that song and not at least feel something? Or even just... Very, very good. her story's so good, dude. And I wish she would have lived. I really do. Fridola gets her redemption arc. I would have loved to see one for Yotsuyu. I really would have. I really, really would have. I really, really would have. But alas, life is not that fair. And it's tragic. This is not that kind of story for her, though. I know. But, I mean, you're right. But, like, doesn't change how I feel. And I think that's a sign that her arc is so good. Is that you want her to live so bad. Or because you're the good guys fighting the evil empire, the society you champion wasn't loved by everyone. Yeah. Truly, like, and even by extension too, Gosetsu's story that ties into hers beautifully, and his story doesn't even end happily because the people that she touched in life, like the characters she touched in life, just is so impactful, you know? I love her. I really do. I wanted her to face some sort of justice, but to kill her, not at all. I wanted her to be saved. I wanted her to be happy. I know. It's so harsh. The biggest problem with Xenos is how he treated Yotsuyu, but consider it juicy. No, I mean, fair, right? Though I have thoughts on the Xeno. I have thoughts about Xenos, Fridola, and Yotsuyu and how they all interact with each other. Very interesting. I consider her parents to be the real villains in Acai. Agreed. Acai's parents and Acai are very bad people. Agreed. God, he's so abysmal. I'm glad they didn't make us try to save her parent. Yeah, they didn't deserve to be. Right? Like, which is why I'm going to make a powerful statement. And honestly, I think Alize and Yotsuyu are tied. I really do think they're tied. They're the top two. I really think they are. The two of them are just so good. Like, it just... Both characters are utterly phenomenal. They very much are. And Alize, sort of because of her tenacity, because of her willingness to do good in the face of great evil and great tragedy, and Yotsuyu in being this very complicated character who is a victim, but also does a lot of bad things because she feels as though that is the only route in life available to her, and has this ultimate story of just tremendous, awful tragedy, and is such a powerful critique against a culture that treats its women like shit and treats its people not like people, and shows us that while the Garleans are certainly bad, life is more complicated than good and bad guys, and it's very rare to just have black and white, good and evil. Most things are shades of gray. And Yotsuyu exemplifies that beautifully in a way I think very few characters in media ever have. So yeah. Damn, you know? The villains aren't just the people in spiky black armor. That is absolutely correct. Sometimes the villains are some very foul parents, and some parents that don't deserve to be parents. You know? So yeah. Love her. Really genuinely do. And Alize too. I mean, that's I think these two are the top characters. I really do. Like, for best girls, like, top tier girls of Final Fantasy XIV, I think it's these two. Which then may beg the question, where would I put Gishola? Now, oh, can I put her back down? Oh, no, it won't let me put her down oh, no. Oh, no, it won't let me put her down here. Okay, well, all right, we're just gonna put her there for now. Where do I put Gishola? Some of you know my opinions of Gishola, and they're gonna come out here. I apologize. But Gishola is a very interesting character, because she's a character that's been with us for a very long time. However, she's had extremely little development. And despite being a character that's on screen so much, we don't see a lot happen with her. Like compare her character development to Thancred, or Urianger's even. Or Alize's, or Nanamo's, or Alphino's, or Alize's, or the characters that have the similar amounts of screen time to her are way beyond her. I mean, just way beyond. You know, because she's never actually failed, like, anything. Yeah, you're right. She's literally, like, what character development here, right? Like, she has so much screen time, but very little about her changes. Like, she kind of walks to the beat of her own drum with the conviction that she's right. Mm-hmm. She's kind of been this fully developed character the whole time. She's competent and confident and does and says cool things. Yeah, I'd agree. I don't think she's a bad character, but she's a character I do think the game has failed to make me like her. Or I shouldn't say like, I like her, but failed to make me connect with her. Because I don't think there's much to connect with her over. She's just sassy cat girl, right? She's static in a way that's not as good as Sadu or maybe even Tataru, where they're both sort of comedic relief and have sort of their own like fun little vibe. Gishola's vibe is fun sometimes and then very abrasive other times. You either like her right away or don't because she hasn't changed. Exactly. Like, she is a snapshot. And you like that snapshot or you don't because she doesn't change. She's Catgirl Gandalf, essentially. Mara, that is the best way to describe her I've ever seen. Fantastic. Gold star. That's great. No, I agree with you. She basically is. And both times when she dies, it doesn't really get an emotional reaction out of me. Because I'm just kind of like...
Such devastation! This was not my intention!
like, versus characters like Ysael, who have a huge amount of character development, or Mogrita, who makes such a powerful impact that she creates this crater in the story when she leaves, or Yotsuyu, who's such a powerful narrative and story about tragedy and a warning, even in a way, or Alize, who's this well-developed character that grows with us as time progresses, or Alize, who's a character who has this powerful arc where she changes and adapts and becomes better, or even Lumet, who doesn't have a lot of screen time, but her story and her character type is so compelling and also tragic that you can't help but to just tear your heart out for her. So in my opinion, I think Gishola belongs in C tier. High C tier, but I think she belongs in C tier. I think she's like a C+ character. In my opinion. Just because not much happens with Gishola. C tier for cat. She is cat tier. I think a character like Tataru weirdly enough, has more emotional connection than Gishola. Even characters like Dulia, Minfilia, Brayflox, sort of generate a cooler dynamic than Gishola does. Like think about Brayflox. She's such a bamf and she's so fun, and she has this like super cool vibe in the story that's very dynamic and it is memorable in a lot of ways. And it's just fun to have around. Like if Brayflox shows up, I'm like, yeah, let's go. But Gishola shows up and I'm like, hey, it's Gishola. Right? Her sass was really, really badly placed in my opinion. I mean, that's also one of the reasons I have her in C tier too, I'm gonna be honest. And I know a lot of people don't agree with me on this. I really hate the way she treated Thancred and Reen in Shadowbringers. I hate how she treated all of us in Shadowbringers. She was just mean in Raktika in general. Once we get out of it, things get a lot better, but like, she's not nice. And like, she's just mean. Especially to Reen, like, look, I get it. You know, like, Thancred's fucking up. And it's good that somebody tells him, like, hey, dude, you need to get, like, you need to get, like, your shit in a line. Like, you need to get things together here, okay? Like, but the fact that she just sort of demeans Reen, like, to her face, really uncalled for her. Like, really uncalled for. Really not good. Don't go after the child, Gishola. What the hell? Like, don't do that. Like, she's just kind of hurtful, yeah? I did not include Renda Ray because, space, time. I think Lumet has a more powerful character dynamic. Renda Ray wouldn't rank very highly, I don't think. I also forgot about her. Everybody loves Gishola, but nobody likes her. Kinda, yeah. Right? Like... But Matoya isn't as sassy to us, and Matoya's just not as mean to us. Like, Matoya's mean, you know? Like, or sorry, Yaguri's mean in places. Again, after sort of Raktika, she does get better, right? She kind of calms down a little bit. But not much goes, like, there's not much further, which is kind of, it's weird. Like, Gishola in a very weird place story-wise, and I would really like there to be more development for her, but like, where did Matoya rank? Matoya's probably like A tier. Probably A or B, in there. Might put her in B. I don't know. Matoya's mean, right? But she is a pretty solid character, I feel like. I don't know, but I know some people will hate my guts forever, because Gishola is not S tier waifu, and I don't know. I think there's some other spicy opinions. I think Lumet and Lise are things people would maybe not expect. Even Nanamo too, right? Fridola might be too high for some people. Reen is somewhere. Same thing with Kryl. Dulia and Tataru might be controversial opinions. Minfilia might be controversial. Heidelen might be controversial. Hilda, Amy, like... There's some spice in this tier list. But, how can you not like Lumet, right? Yep. Mind if I ask about Frey? I came in a bit late. Oh yeah, you're fine. Also, Agomira, thank you so much for the follow. Super appreciate it. Hope you're having an absolutely amazing day, because my day were amazing. Love you so much. Welcome. Yeah, so Frey is basically... So the reason why I included Frey on Best Squirrels is because Frey's a reflection of self. So she would be here because I'm a lady, so she's technically a lady. And Frey, the reason I put Frey in C tier is because Frey is only as interesting as a character as you make them to be. So by themselves, they're not very interesting. But in conjunction with you, they're very interesting. They're almost not really a character. But they're not so much of not a character that they go into D tier. They're just close to that because, again, of your association with Frey. very strange, if that makes sense. But yeah, that's how I would view them. I don't think they're bad by any means, but they're so conjoined at the hip to your character. It really is very determinate on how you... It's extremely determinant on you yourself and not them. They're more like a plot device than they are a character. Senna's rather a nothing character. Yep, Senna is basically a nothing character, which is why she's at the bottom. Where do you rank the Warrior of Light? S tier, baby. I mean, I would rank Eris, my Warrior of Light, S tier. Why is that? Because I have written a lot for her, and I've made her very developed, right? I've made her very developed. She's great. Some people may disagree with me, but it's also like the Warrior of Light's development is like your own development, pretty much. It kind of depends on like you as a person. E for Eris. S tier for Explosion. It's very good. But like, I love Eris. I think she's a great lady. But again, her development is entirely based around me and how I've written her. So of course I'm gonna think I've written her well, right? Because I've written her in a way that I enjoy her. So yeah, I mean, I would rank her highly. Because remember, this is a biased list. Every tier list is biased. We're all gonna rank characters with bias. I could try to make an objective tier list.
Like all my
and
days have come at once.
A fen is a type of peat accumulating wetland fed by mineral-rich ground or
Yeah.
surface water. It is
Okay.
one of the main types of wetlands along with marshes, swamps, and bogs. Bogs and fens, both peat-forming ecosystems, are also known as mires.
Yeah. Fen, thank you so much for the 19 months. I super duper appreciate it. Did you do that 10 plus 9 equals 19? Just how many months you've been subscribed for? That's kinda poggers. I super duper appreciate it. Yeah, every tier list is gonna be biased. I try to make this as, I at least tried to provide as good of reasoning as to why I put the characters where I put them. You know, it wasn't just, oh, I love Mogrita, so I put Mogrita there. It's like, nah, it's because she makes such a powerful impact and leaves such a powerful crater that she's S tier, right? I think I've got pretty good reasons behind why people are the way they are. But yeah, some of it's biased. Like, maybe if I just connected with Gishola better, I would have put her in B tier, right? Maybe if I felt more of a kinship to Fridola, I would have put her higher. Or maybe if I was not so spiteful, I might have put Lise in A tier, or I don't know, right? I don't know, depends. But if you guys would like to make your own, tier list, I will put the link in chat. You are certainly welcome to, because I made this tier list myself, and I can send it to you. Reset, perfect. There you go. If you want to make your own, oh no, Merlot's on the list, don't worry. If you want to make your own, please do. I would love to see what your own tier list is. You can tag me on Twitter or just show it to me in any way that you see fit. But I would love to see it. Because I think that would be cool. So feel free to make your own. You do not have to agree with me. That is fine. Remember, chat, it's okay to have different opinions. Except if you put Alize in anything but not S tier, I will fight you. And if I were to make a character tier list that's like the best waifu, I'd have to remove like half of these characters. So I didn't do that, right? But you can use it like that if you want to. You can make a tier that's like child or something, or just like exempt. So there's a lot of characters, right? But also, please, be nothing but a smoldering crater. Also, please remember, we are still raising money for a C.S. Mott's Children's Hospital. We got our dono bar down there. You can do exclamation point donate or exclamation point charity if you'd like to raise more money. Feel free to do so. Again, every dollar, every penny helps a lot of kids and helps them have a really good time. So please, feel free to do so. Now, we have another tier list to do. We did the girls, and now we have to do the boys. And the boys are, there's like twice the amount of men than there are women. Yeehaw. Yeah. Good lord. So yeah, yippee. I will try to go faster, because I want to get to MSQ tonight, so I will try to go faster. But again, we're still raising money right now. Feel free to donate. You don't have to, but we do have stretch goals. We have hit our first stretch goal. Our next stretch goal is at 500. Loveliest branch. Is that what we call Thea? Loveliest branch? Oh no, beautiful branch, right? Oh, whoops. Perfect. All right. So again, Feo's on this tier list because Feo just wants to be a part of things. Are those the gaming carts, guys? Yes, they are, Fen. Thank you very much for the $10. Super appreciate it. And that's kind of why we're trying to raise like 1,000. We're trying to get up there. If we can only pay some way for a gaming cart, then that's fine. But if we can make 1,000, we can pay, I believe, for one, I think. Which is very poggers. And that is them. You can do exclamation point mots if you'd like to learn more about them, by all means. Or you can just click the dono link, and there is an about section on my dono link. But yeah, Feo gets their own tier because Feo wants to be included, and Feo's gender is not male or female. So that's why Feo's here. That makes their way to every tier list, no matter whether you include them or not, and also because I'm very scared of them. Sorry, I got a text message. But yeah, sorry. Anyway. Oh, Anatomy, thank you so much. I'm glad I waited then. Perfect. Thank you, Anatomy, so much for the $50. Very, very polite, very, very poggers of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You are making a huge difference to a lot of kids. Really, really helps. Being stuck in a hospital for any amount of time sucks. Being stuck there for months at a time really sucks. Therapeutic gaming is a great way to help them just have a decent time and connect with people that they need to connect with their friends, families, stuff like that. Really important. So thank you so much. But yeah, so boy tier list. I will try to go through this faster. Mostly because there are so many boys. There's just so many of them. Still playing the Blade game. I guess this tier list is gonna be full of spoilers. So wish you very well. Good luck, fundraiser. I need to still sleep anyway. Okay, good night, Finn. Thank you for the donations. Appreciate it. But yeah. So, the boys. First up on the boy list is my man, Ardbert. It's this default higher looking ass. Ardbert is cool, by the way. He's a cool guy, and he's us, which is cool. He's got a very cool reflection. He has a very, very compelling character arc. Him, like Lumet, he did everything right, and still it came to this. Very good. You know, we love to see that. He's got a very, oh, hi, Salpa. Hi, Saf. How are you? How's it going? Safla, my bad. That's Ardbert, it is. I don't think there's a ton to say about Ardbert. He's a tremendously good character. He's very well developed. And he's a tragic character. He's a very tragic character and very well done. Very compelling story, and kind of for the same reasons that Lumet is S tier, Ardbert is also S tier, right? Very powerful story. Just so this guy who's just trying to do the right thing, and it just goes poorly. It just goes so poorly, right? But I would put him in S tier. Which, you know, I'm trying to be objective, okay? I'm trying to be. The character development, Thank you for the $35, Dark. I super duper appreciate it. Very, very poggers of you. Thank you so much. Again, we are just $100 away from our next stretch goal, which is a dramatic reading of Final Fantasy XIV official short stories. Powerful S tier couple. They are an S tier couple. Facts. But yeah, I still resent him a little bit. But honestly, he's a very good character. And I like I said, I'm trying to be at least a little objective, like a little bit. Just a very good character. Very, very good. And good lord, he's great. He's just a very, very good character. Then we have Ehrenwald. Love Ehrenwald. He's a good boy, resident good boy. We love sort of the B-team hero, the guy who's always going to be playing catch-up to us, but still tries his best, still wants to do the right thing, then ends up paying for it, you know? Great character arc too from How Can Anyone Like This Jerk? So that's Ardbert. Lumet's Ardbert. Yeah. It's very good. No, it's true, Oni. I have experienced character development with Ardbert. But I would put him in S tier. And Ehrenwald, again, great character. His interactions with Alfie and Fridola are great. I would put him in A tier. He's a fairly basic character, but he does have some growth. He does kind of an arc he's going through, and he's very, very cool. I like him a lot. I think he's very good. I think Fridola's probably a bit higher up on the list than him, but I think he's very, very good. Amric, Baymeric. We love a guy who's just trying his best, you know? Who's just trying his best. Love that for him. Love that for him. And honestly, we don't see him much, which is such a bummer. We see so little of him. He's in Heavensward jail right now, apparently. Which is a shame. I I wish we saw more of him. Yeah, same. Probably stuck in Ishgard. He's in Ishgard jail. But, yeah, I like him. He's great. Just could be better. I honestly think I might put him in B tier. He's a good boy. But like, I don't know, I feel like he's high B tier or low A tier. He's like in there, right? Like, but there's just so little of him, you know? Like, and I think, and here's kind of the shitty thing, is like, the boy tier list is gonna be a little bit different because of how some of these boys are, or some of these guys we see a lot of, like a lot of. And Amric's just not really the case, because even somebody like Gaia's, right? We see a lot of. Goodness gracious. I don't know. Like, it's weird, you know? The reason Amik was good is because of Lord Forton. I don't know, it's strange. Weird place to put him. But I think B tier, works solidly for Amric. He's a cool guy, but just I wish there was more. Wish there was more to him. Then we've got Midgard. We got Midi. How do we feel about Midi? Also, I'm realizing I forgot to put Nidhogg and Erase Felger on here. But, whoops. Midi. How do we feel about Midi, y'all? I don't know. I think Midi's a cool character. But we don't see him much. His impact in this story, I think, is cool, and his role in Heavensward is very cool. But I think he's kinda in the same position as Amaric, where I'd probably put him B tier. He made a good impression, but there could be more. He's kind of the same place Amaric is, where he's like in between. He's either B plus or A minus, I think, right? He did introduce us to the dragons, I would agree. Yep. The window to some cosmic lore too? Yeah, and that's cool. I mean, he's a cool guy. I will not deny that. Just wish there was a bit more. And wish there was like some kind of character development. He is a very static character too. If we include Omega, I guess, but like, he's just kind of he's kind of a plot machine a little bit, but I don't think he's a bad character. Then we have Zodiark, who's basically not a character. Zodiark's basically a plot device, but unlike Midi, he's kind of even less of a character. Aw. Or station was for chilling. This one is because last time he did FF14 stories, I cried like all night. Oh my god. Then, German Endwalker. Well, thank you. I appreciate the donation. Very, very kind of you. Again, it helps a lot. And we are just $51 away from our next stretch goal of, again, me doing those dramatic readings of those short stories. So look forward to it. And Midi and Zodiac both got that Deus Ex Machina thing going on. A little bit, yeah. They kind of do. Better than the MacGuffin than all of Mass Effect. True. Zodiac the absolute husk, yeah. And he is basically a MacGuffin. So he's gonna go in D tier because, like, Zodiac the puppet god. Because he's basically not a character. That's kind of where he's at. There's not much to talk about. Then we have my man, Hori Boulder. Hori Boulder. Remember in the Heidel story. Aw. Ori Boulder, unironically, I'm gonna put him in A tier. He's actually a pretty good character. He's kind of like Ehrenwald, where he's got like this dynamic of trying to chase the hero, trying to catch up with them, but kind of never will. He's very, oh god, Aenor. Good lord. He's very fun, and we love that for him. I love his induction a lot too. I wish we saw more of him. I do think he's a great comedic relief character though, and that's kind of why he's there. He is kind of a one-note character, being comic relief, but he works very well, and still has a cool character dynamic with a lot of characters, including us, which is really cool that he's kind of there to help us build our relationships a bit, and I like that. I think it works. Bread boy, bread boy, bread boy, bread boy, bread boy. Yeah, I hope we go back to the science stuff too. That'd be very cool. Maven, I'd like that a lot. Bread boy, bread boy, bread boy is in D tier. B for bread. Alabrea was like the Joker from the movie The Joker, when you kind of think about it. He was kind of the Joker from the movie The Joker, you know? Like, remember, Lala Brea's competition is like Elidibus and Emmett. So let that sink in, if you doubt me. And that's why he's in the tier that he is. So like, that's his competition. Like, think about that, right? Imagine Lala Brea with good writing. Oh, it'd be great, honestly. I'd love to see him with like actually good writing, you know? He doesn't really have a lot of good writing. Just think about Elidibus and like Emmett, like, dear lord. It's definitely the starter supervillain. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's just kind of there, you know? Then we have Catman, who's going into C tier. Reason why Catman is C tier is he's kind of a bit abrasive. He's a little bit of a jerk. He's trying his best, but we love that for him. But also, Julia's better, right? His wife is better. C for Cat. He's a cool dude, but like, I don't know, there's just not much there that really attracts me to him. There's not much that I really get pulled in by his story. He's a nervous inventor man who like is nervous and was kind of a jerk, but gets better. But I don't know, his character development is not intense, and it's just eh. Is a coward who becomes courageous? Sure. I don't deny that's a thing, but I don't think he emotionally resonates with a ton of people, and he certainly does not with me. So that's where he's going. Then we have Hancock, who's also gonna go into C tier, actually. Why? Hancock is so slimy, but like, he's such a good level of slimy. Like, he's such a charming character in such a way. Like, aka Tataru's bitch, oh my god. He's such a charming character in a way. But he really, nothing happens with him. He's just kind of there for a little bit, and then is like not there anymore. And then he comes up in weird places and is like a meme and stuff, and I don't know if they really know what his deal is supposed to be. So he's kind of over there, right? Just the right amount of slimy. Just the right amount of slimy. And then we have... who also is not a super well-developed character, but I will put him in a C tier. He kind of has his own arc, like in Heavensward, where he doesn't like us and then like ends up taking this mantle for like Papa Fortan, right? And having this responsibility of being like the older brother and stuff. But We just don't see him much, and not much happens with him. But I can't say he's been an unpleasant character to be around, right? He's coming back with Tataru's grand adventures. We get her out for tax evasion. Oh my god. I mean, it is a good arc, Dark, but we don't really see much of it. Like, it's something that kind of happens off screen, you know? I mean, he's definitely the least developed one of the least developed Forton, brothers. And then we have Emanuelen. And honestly, I'd put him in B tier. I like him. I do. Old sport. He's a character that's actively trying to do better and is improving and is kind of going through his character arc right now, right? But, I think he's a solid B tier just because we get to see him develop a little bit, and also freaking, like, him in, like, 5.3, 5.2. That's some good shit. That's some good shit. Seeing him, like, seeing sort of his irresponsibility come crashing down on him, and seeing that he does care about people, but he's just kind of a spoiled brat, and he gets better. You know? He's a good little bro. He is a good little bro. He is our Twinkle-Toed Gentleman of Light. Look how Hilda, you got competition. True. Yeah, it's cute. He's a good dude. Irwinville! We've got Irwinville on here. Honestly, I'll put him in B tier too. I like Irwinville. He's a cool guy. Hasn't had a lot of development. Hasn't had a lot of screen time. But honestly, he's great. Like, he kind of made a really good impression very, very quickly. And B for Bunny, right? Emmanuel and Sicard is so good. I agree. He is B for Bun. And he's just a cool guy. I like him a lot. I really, really do. I think for Irwinville, like, I think he's kind of one of those characters that doesn't have a lot of screen time, but he just makes a really strong impression. And his voice actor does kill it. And his just character is neat. He's a neat guy. Like, we care about him. And I don't know. That's about all I got. He's pretty basic, but I do think he's a B tier character. Probably towards the bottom, but still. And then we have Fandaniel, which if you want to lump Acai in there, you definitely could. And honestly, for Fanny Boy, Fandaniel, interesting guy, right? I'm gonna put him towards the top of A tier. Fandaniel is actually the Joker from the movie The Joker. And the reason why I rank him so highly is because he's actually a really good villain. He's a tremendously good villain. He is very, very good. He is so good. Like, Fanny gets 4 boxes for Fanny, Hermes, Amon, and Acai. Nah, Hermes has his own. Hermes has his own character box, right? Daniel's a little boy who likes berries and cream, berries and cream. Exactly. But he's a very good villain, and I really like the role he plays of this character who's just like, hey, you know when I said I was gonna end the world? I meant it. I don't like it. It sucks. So, I'm just gonna do that. Hey, Viv, how's your sweet catboy face? I am well, how are you? But he's just like a really good villain, very compelling and kind of tragic in his own way. He's a character whose genius and potential was taken in by an empire that turned him into a weapon. Isn't that a revolving thing? A product of the culture that turned him into a weapon to be used. Interesting, huh? So, Fanny Boy, I'd say is like top tier A tier. He's like A+ tier. Just a silly little guy who's absolutely a threat. Yeah. No other Asien has straight up kidnapped us. Yeah. Pretty much. So yeah, that's what I would say. You know, it works. And then we've got Grinwald. Grinwald is also spicy opinion. I'm gonna rank him kind of high on the list. I think he's actually a really good character. He's a great example of this character who's like, ha ha ha, I'm silly comic relief. I'm silly comic relief. Consequences of my actions. Like, think about that. Didn't it strike you how his story ended? Here's what happens when your ambition consumes your life. Yeah. He's a very good foil in Stormblood. And he's a very good piece in the Stormblood story. The story of somebody's whose ambition completely consumed him. And he was done dirty by the Empire. The very Empire he worked in service of. The Empire churned him out, practically devoured him whole, and turned him into a weapon. Do you see this revolving theme? Like empires turning people to weapons, or governments or environments that people are placed in being turned into a weapon? Do you see that theme in Stormblood or just Final Fantasy XIV in general? Do you see where that's going? Like, meat for the meat grinder, yeah. But he exemplifies that in a really powerful way. Where Yotsuyu is able to have some kind of cathartic closure at the end, and Fridola is able to go on her redemption arc. He just dies, and dies terribly, and painfully. There's no closure. There's no joy. There's no redemption. He's just dies terribly. And that's it. His story just winks out like a candle. Like just like that. That's why I think he's A tier, because I think he's a very powerful character in that sense. He's a very, almost less of a, like, he's powerful in a way of almost less of his character and almost how he affects the plot. And if you look and you read in between the lines, it just gets very interesting in that way, you know? He dies in his pursuit of you, like his quote, "We go together." He knew he was dying, and just, it was just very hard to see. Yeah, it was hard to fight him, because it was just like, yikes. Not great. So yeah. That's where I would put him. And then we have Magnus. If you guys remember Magnus, he's a side character in Shadowbringers. Very forgettable. Very forgettable. Hi, Lessery. Like a small taste of Xenos, if you will. Exactly. He's very forgettable, and I would put him in D tier. I'm not even sure why I included him, just because I remember hating him so much. I hate him. I will openly admit to hating him. I do not like him at all. Though he is higher in D tier, because unlike Zodiark, who's basically not a character, and Lalabrea, who is just nonsensical, Magnus has a reason to behave the way he does. It's just shitty. It's just a shitty reason. Yeah, he was the dead wife guy. He's a real dead wife guy. Don't even remember him, to be honest. He's entirely forgettable. Entirely forgettable. I was just trying to think of bottom tier characters and I remembered him. He was plot chokehold, pretty much. Yep. And yeah, he's there. He wasn't that compelling of a character. And then we've got Nero, and I would put Nero. Probably Hero. middle of the pack, I'd say. Sid's ex-husband. Nero's actually kind of a fun character, where he, like, is this Garlean who's completely not loyal to the Garlean Empire and actually gets out alive. Rare, right? Gets out alive, is a genius, ends up helping us quite a bit, and is just a dramatic bitch. You'd love to see it. And I also like Nero for kind of the role he plays of, like, this very, yeah, this glorious bastard. That's a great way to describe him. Also, hi Yaster, how are you? He's funny. He's just sort of this, lovely little bastard who's just kind of there to hang out. But he's helpful. He's doing good. And he's also got an example of an Imperial who was privileged enough to be able to get out and then actually do something good with his life. Yes, he's an arrogant prick. Like, he's an arrogant prick, but he's not like a bad person. And he could use some more character development, I do agree. But just his, like, relationship dynamic with Sid is just so juicy, it kind of propels him upwards. That's where he is, right? And then we have one of the worst characters in the game. I'm gonna put Ranjit literally at the bottom. I think he's worse than Zodiark. Zodiark is basically a MacGuffin plot point, but Ranjit actively makes the story worse. Like, if there was an F tier, I'd probably put him into it. I probably would. You know what, actually, fuck it, I will. Why not? No one can stop me. You can't stop me, I'll do it. Oh wait, whoops. No one can stop me. I hate this guy. He's the worst. All right, there he is, an F tier, where he belongs. I can stop you. Hi Caslo, how are you? He's almost worse, Yaster, because he had so much potential and just all got wasted. He's almost worse because of that. But, like, he did have a lot of potential, and then he disappointed us so immensely. Just, he disappointed us beautifully in a way no character ever has. Because while Zodiark is a plot point MacGuffin that's basically not a character, Ranjit makes the story worse. Like, he literally just makes the story worse wherever he goes. The 15-minute solo duties are boring as hell. Doing 6 of them is boring as hell. His weird, inexplicable power doesn't make sense. His attitude is boring as hell. His, like, just, oh man. Everything about him is boring except for the sort of, like, foil dynamic with Thancred over Reen. But that only comes up, like, once. Like literally once. And then they throw it away. Like, he actively makes the Shadowbringer story worse. He actively does. And just makes us feel like shit every time he interacts with us because he's so inexplicably powerful. It's like, weren't we supposed to be strong? Sucks. It really sucks. So, yeah. The reason why he's F tier is because he's, like, the only character that just makes the story worse, right? So, here we are. And then he just dies in a solo duty. Lamau, like, just like that. Runar! I love Runar. He's great. I'll put him in A tier. Honestly, he's great. He's very polite, very nice boy. Good male wife energy, best boy. has a nice, satisfying little character arc. Nothing amazing, like nothing over the top, but he's very fun. He's very nice. And he's just like a good boy. Runar is the type of character that you see and you really like to be around him. Like, I would hang out with like Runar for days, like on end. He's great. I love him. And he had a very like satisfying little character arc that I think worked very well for him. I like him a lot. I really do. I think it works very well. Yeah, I'm short and sweet about Runar, right? A little bit. A little bit, a little bit, a little bit. What letter does Elidibus end with, chat? What letter does Elidibus end with? Cute. What? S. That's because he belongs in S tier. Very good character. The fact that they took this character that was very weird and confusing, and then made him like one of the best villains in the game is great. And the rains have ceased, and we are blessed with another beautiful day. But you are not here to see it. One of the rawest quotes in this entire game. Seriously, it's so good and it's so sad. Like, on the level that Ardbert is a tragic hero, Elidibus is a tragic villain. They belong side by side, right? And then we get to apologize to him. And then we do! We get to apologize to him. We literally just be like, we're just like, sorry. I'm so sorry. Like, oh my god. And it hurts. It hurts so bad. And then he ends up helping us. Because he's just like, yeah, you know? If that's how it is. Like, so good. I don't have a ton to say about Elidibus because he's just simply that good of a character. He is just simply that good of a character. Very good villain, very tragic. And somebody just utterly pushed to his brink. Who just wanted to see his family again, you know? That's all he wanted. I like him a lot. Very, very good. And a child way, way, way over his head. Yeah, and the fact that he was a child, like, right? Goodness gracious. But I'm also, at that note, I'm gonna be right back. I have to pee. I'll be right back. Again, consider donating to the charity that we're raising money for, CS Months Children's Hospital. When I get back, we will finish this tier list and we will play some MSQ. We'll get to at least some of it. This tier list stuff is taking a bit longer than I thought it would, but I feel like it's worth it. We'll get to some MSQ though for sure. I want to do some stuff. So, I will see you all in a little bit. Again, ! donate or ! mots to learn more about the charity. I'll see you in a bit. Hi, what's up? All right, we are back and ready for action. What's poppin'? Also, yes, to clarify, I believe Elidibus is explicitly described to be a youth. Presumably around the same age as Alphino. I'm not sure about child per se, but he's certainly not an adult. Hi Sassy, how are you? And Vinci, thank you so much for the $50 Renos. Very, very kind of you. We are approximately, I believe, $1 away from hitting 500, which is our stretch goal of a dramatic short story reading stream. Kind of poggers. Also, hi Redhead Turkey, how are you? So thank you so much. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Do you guys like this stuff? Do you guys like the tier list content? Is it interesting? Oh, I meant to hit the goal, but I math wrong. Oh, you're fine. Very kind of you. So I'll say yes, sounds about right, yes. Like, I guess we call him a child, but it's kind of hyperbolic. Like, he's not like 6 years old or anything, but he's certainly not an adult or hasn't been an adult for very long, right? Like, Fade, thank you so much for the $20. That gets us to our stretch goal. So our stretch goal has been met. I will be planning a short story stream soon. Then, where we'll read probably some Shadowbringer stuff and probably some like the Death on Nadonna stories. Probably not been one for long. He's probably the equivalent of 19 or 20, yes. He's a child in reference to a lot of other people. Again, kind of hyperbolically. I'm not saying he's 5 years old. I'm saying he's like 18. And in reference to somebody like Emmett, who could be like just massively aged longer than him, or like just be massively older than him in respect to the ancients. He's basically like a child. That makes sense? Also, just as a note, our next stretch goal is a lore stream / presentation. I'll be doing, the idea behind that is to try something new and try to do an FF14 lore stream, which is basically going to turn into kind of a presentation-like thing. Hopefully a bit more entertaining than like a PowerPoint slide or something. But like, I'd attempt to prepare something and talk about a certain topic in the lore and hopefully be a little educational about it. And it might be fun. I don't know. Probably have a similar vibe to this. But yeah, that is our next stretch goal at 750. From the short story, it seems like the combination saw him as a little brother of sorts. I believe you, Sparrow. That sounds about right. Aunties. Oh, goody gumdrop. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't think he's a child. We might think of him like in a childlike sense, but again, I think that's very hyperbolic. Kind of like Alphino, right? Though Alphino and Alize are technically canonically 16, even though I don't believe that. But yeah, sorry, what was I saying? Hi, Livius, we're talking about Elidibus, and, Fade, thank you so much for stopping in, and thank you for that donation. Really appreciate it. Very, very kind of you. Every dollar, every penny helps, helps a lot of kids, and it's very kind of you.
The seas part, for we alone.
Happy Tuesday.
Amphi, thank you for the Tuesday. Super duper appreciate it. Hope you're having a beautiful, beautiful time. Time has, in fact, passed. Yep. Is what it is. But, alas, we're not done grading the boys, so let's hop to it. Again, to remind everybody what we're doing here, we're grading the best characters in Final Fantasy XIV. We did a best girl chart already, and this is what our best girl chart looks like. Thank you, Sassy, for the $9.70. A very, very poggers of you. A very good number, by the way. Thank you so much. I super duper appreciate you. How's your beautiful face? Yep. This is what the girl chart looks like. I am objectively right about all of this. But again, remember, this is not necessarily a waifu list as much as this is characters that I really like and I think are very, very good. Now, there can be some waifu influence to some of these characters. Not naming names. But there's also just this list of like how good these characters are. So it's not necessarily like a Waifu War tier list. It could be if you wanted it to be. Like if you wanted to make one out of this, you could. But just about best characters. So now we're doing the boys. Yes, oh, and if you'll notice, Feo is on both tier lists in a beautiful branch tier. Why? Because if we didn't include Feo, they would kill me. So they're on both tier lists, even though they are not a boy or a girl, but they are still in both places, because again, they'll kill me. So they're there. I thought it's funny. And then Frey's in the girl tier list, because Frey's a reflection of self, so, yeah. But yeah, I don't have like every single character in existence on here. It's mostly a focus on MSQ characters and some other very important characters, or characters that made a powerful impression. So, if there's a character not on there, I either forgot about them, or they're like not really that important. Do I need an explanation for Grinwald? It's because Grinwald's position in the story of Stormblood is a very important position. Harishafat's right there. Calm down. We haven't gotten to him. Like Grinwald's position in the story is very tragic and very pointed. He is a character in Stormblood that he doesn't get a redemption arc like Fridola. He doesn't get this sort of tragic catharsis that your Stola doesn't. He doesn't get to move on from the events like Xenos does. No, he just dies, and he dies brutally. He dies in an absolutely terrible way, in a horrific way, and it expounds upon the themes of Stormblood and of the game very well, in how cultures and environments can turn people into weapons and pervert them beyond what they are. How they can transform people into weapons over time, usually to the great detriment of the person. He expounds upon that very beautifully, and he does so in such a fun way because he starts as silly comic relief and turns into a extremely sad and unhappy ending that does not befit the way he played in the story, but is perfectly well done, which is why I put him in A tier. He left a really big impression on me. I think he's very well done. Also, Stormblood's a good X-Pack. Fight me. And yes, you did miss into us ripping on Ranjit. Ranjit sucks. Yes, sassy. The character tier list is sort of like how good, like, sort of how good the character is and works in the story, how well they make an impact, what their character arc is like, how good their dynamic is. Like, Nero's higher on the list because his character dynamic with other characters is just so good, right? How enjoyable and in-depth and juicy these characters are. Oh yeah, I mean, Fandaniel's a terrible person, but he's a fucking phenomenal villain. Very good villain. Right? Very, very good. Yeah, Ranjit is terrible because Ranjit literally makes the story worse, and that's why I invented a tier just for him. He makes the story worse. Every part of the story he touches, he makes it worse. Which sucks. So yeah, there's a reason characters like... I mean, a good example of this is like here, right? There's a reason why like Dulia, who's a great character, is only B tier because she doesn't have a lot of screen time. She's she's kind of a one-note character. And she doesn't grow much. She grows like a little bit, but not a ton, and not in a super compelling way. But she's a good character. Also remember, B tier is not bad. Like, it's not a bad tier. It means they're good. They are a good character. So, I just don't think she stands out enough to go into A tier. Would she be A in Pre-Endwalker? Probably not. So I'm getting like lipstick on my teeth. Okay. Yeah. I hate how this lipstick chips off, sorry. I'm being gross. Alright. Vothri. He's the next boy. Vothri. What a guy, that Vothri. Vothri's hard to place, I think. I think he's kind of one of those characters. He kind of sits in the Amric position, where he's right on the line. I think I'm gonna put him at the back of A tier. He's like an A- tier, I think. Very tragic character. Very easy to hate. And not satisfying to defeat. It did not feel good to beat him. Just a very good story and just very good character and very good element in the story and works very, very well. All around very, very tragic. It did not feel good to triumph over him. But hey, I mean, that's okay. That's how it be. Nah, I didn't find him hot. Oh no, he's just tragic. Like, Vothri's a really good example of a villain who's a bad guy, but doesn't even, like, realize that he's a bad guy. And is never really going to. Thank you, Viv. Viv, thank you so much for the $50. I super appreciate every dollar, every penny. It makes a huge difference in a lot of children's lives. Thank you for staying up for Therapeutic Gaming, and thank you for helping us move towards our goal. Very, very kind of you. Thank you so much. Very Poggers. But yeah, he's sort of this example of this character who's never gonna realize that he's the bad guy. He's not really a bad person, as much as he just doesn't realize the impact his actions have. Shit's sad. It's kind of tragic. Emmett made him a monster. No, I don't think that's true. I don't think Emmett did that. Vothri's father, in my opinion, Sammy, is what made him the monster. I would argue Emmett was sort of played this role as like a devilish tempter who's like, hey, I can do this thing if you want me to. But it's up to you. It's your decision to make. And I think that's exactly what happened. It was his father's decision to make. And his father's what turned him into the person that he was, in my opinion. Emmett just did the thing, right? What disturbs me is how little info we got on his mother. Oh, it's terrible. Hate it. Oh, it's just awful. Just awful. Definitely turned her into a sin eater, too. Definitely. Yep, I agree. Like, Emmett obviously shares responsibility and being, like, he definitely shares responsibility and obviously being the person to do that shit. But he didn't do it out of, like, malicious. He just offered. He made an offer, and they took the offer. He's very much like biblical Satan. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Well, we gotta hurry up or we're gonna play any MSQs. So, yeah. And is just as guilty in my opinion. I disagree. He shares responsibility, but ultimately, I ultimately believe it's the person who, like, and this is just like a moral philosophy thing for me. I ultimately believe it's the person who makes that decision to share the glut of the responsibility. You can, like, if you have a gun and you shoot someone, you clearly, his name is literally Hades, yeah, right? You clearly hold responsibility for that action. But if you are under orders, both of you hold responsibility, and I would argue the person giving the orders holds stronger responsibility. Since if they have a position of power or of rank, they're guilty of not only that action, but they're also guilty of that abuse of power. It's like a 2-for-1 deal. Does that make sense? That's just me. But, I mean, I agree that Emmett definitely has a responsibility in the situation. He's just not the same, right? It's, like, different, you know? But yeah. Then we got my pointy nose boy, Vitra. Where do we put Vitra? At where I am in the story, I think I gotta put Vitra in B tier. I haven't seen his character arc conclude. So far, he seems very good. I like him a lot. And I love this idea of this big, powerful dragon who's trying his best to not be what his siblings were, but now ultimately must sort of defy that belief so that he can ultimately save the people he cares so much about. He's very nice and he cares a lot. And that's really sweet. It's a bit humbling in a way, too. So, yeah, I would put him there. I don't think I've played him enough to, like, justify him being placed higher. But I like it. It's pretty good. I am enjoying him so far. He's arguably the kindest dragon we've ever met. I think you're probably right. He is very, very kind, very human in that quality. Nice to see a dragon so into hanging with people. Oh, for sure. And now, we have our son. We have our child, our baby boy. Our baby boy. Now, Sammy, the boy, the baby boy. What's up, Sassy? The child. I would never disrespect an opinion of yours. Yeah, okay, Sassy, continue. Nut, you are wrong. But you are wrong if he's not S. Look. All I'm gonna say is, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. He is one of the best characters in the game. Bar none. Bar none. He is probably the most developed character. To a point where I could even argue he's a bit overdeveloped. But he's a very well-developed character. Incredibly well-developed. Very kind. You love to see him. He's grown with you so much in a way that I don't really know how you couldn't feel something for him. He has grown an incredible amount, and he's just amazing. I mean, yeah, I mean, you're right. He probably would be the protagonist, right? He's just simply amazing, though. And I love that for him. I really do. I think he deserves more, honestly. So he's such a kind Dorcas. I love him. He really does. Winter, thank you so much for the follow. I super appreciate it. Hope you're having a chill day, because my name is chill. Love you so much. Welcome. But yeah, I love Elfino. He's a fantastic character. Just being this character of this ultimate optimism, having this idea that he can do better, so he will, in the face of everything that he's gone through, even in the face of his own father. He's gonna do whatever he wants because he knows that he's on the right path, and he knows that he's helping people, and that's all he needs. He is a purely benevolent character, and we love to see it. Very good, very, very powerful, pure, kind of pure of heart character. And that's a good way to describe him. But I like him a lot. He's extremely well developed. He is an S tier, probably ahead of Ardbert and both Elidibus. And to clarify, the characters that are closer to the, the characters that are closer to the letter are higher up than the characters that are towards the back. So, Irwinville is like a B- character, while Amric is like a B+ character. Does that make sense? And then, Nero's like a B character. So that's how I kind of rank these characters. So he is absolutely towards the top. But yes, hello Winter, how are you? Hi John, how are you? Speaking of another very well-developed character, Gaius. If you did not do the weapon quest line, you might have missed a lot of his character development. But I did, so I'm going to be using that to grade him. And honest to God, I'm going to put him in S tier. Shadows of Werlet is one of the best quest series in the entire game. Easy. Easy. And Gaius, hey, he did some bad stuff. But you want to talk about a character the game brought to his knees? Just pushes him down and rubs his face in the dirt.
Like
and still, Gaius gets back up again and says, I'm going to choose to do the right thing. I'm going to try to do the right thing. That's cool as hell. I love Gaius as a character. I love the direction they took him in. I want to see more of him so badly. I really do.
Little son,
And Chaos, thank you so much for the 16 months. Did you do that 10 plus 6 is 16, which everyone's subscribed for? That's kind of poggers. And Sammy, thank you so much for the 2 months. Did you do that 1 plus 1 equals 2, which everyone's subscribed for? That's kind of poggers. I super duper appreciate it. I play on Marlboro. Yeah, I am well today, John. How are you? Yeah, Gaius is literally just this absolute giga chad of a character who goes from I'm the big evil bad guy, fascism, to man, does he learn he was wrong. Holy shit. Does he learn that he's wrong? Gaius is like what I hope Fridola will become. Right? Truly, like, my Hershey Fonts on Marlboro? Hell yeah, baby. I'm on Primal. Rip. I mean, data center travel's coming soon. It is coming soon on the bright side, so that's good. Only Alpha has a house. Nice. Yeah, Sorrow of Warlet's one of the best quest series in the game. It gives Gaius a hell of a lot of development, and it makes him a very good character. I do wish we got to see him more, though. I think DC travels on 6.1, yeah? Which is coming in April or so. So, I mean, hey, we can see each other soon. Yeah, Gaius is a very cool character. I could talk about him a lot. I really, 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 really like him and how he, I mean, learns that he's wrong, right? Like, he's so wrong, and they're so willing, they've redeemed him in a way that works very well, I feel like. Because, again, we talked about this with Fridola. Redemption arcs are not so everyone can forgive you. In our literary sense, a good redemption arc is so the character can move on with their life. So they can redeem themselves. It's, in a way, for them, not for everyone else. Now, granted, it is also a big part of that redemption arc is making amends and doing better, right? Because I know some people that are pretty upset with both Fridola and Gaius that they get to redeem themselves or something. And, you know, some people are like, oh, I'll never forgive them. And that's fine. You don't have to forgive them. You literally don't have to forgive Gaius or Fridola, and that's fine. And they can still have a redemption arc. Because it's not a forgiveness arc. It's a redemption arc. It is them becoming a better person. And undeniably, Gaius becomes a better person. Gaius even says he knows he's not worthy of forgiveness and will actively give himself up the moment he is asked to. Yeah. The fact that Warlet is like, hey, we want you to lead us, caught Gaius off so badly. Like, it caught him off guard so much so, because he's like, what? And they're like, yeah, we don't really know what to do with you, but you can help us here, right? And he's like, sure. And if they're like, if we change our mind. And he's like, yeah. Like, he's not doing this so people can forgive him. He's doing this because he wants to do something good. Because he wants to do, like, more good in the world, right? He did a lot of bad things, and he wants to do some good now. For both himself and for the world, right? It's great. He's a very well done character. I want to see more of him. I would love for Yotsuyu to have a redemption arc. That'd be very cool. But also her story as a tragedy is very, very good. It's infuriating, but it is a very good story arc. It would be great. Oh man. Like, it would be very, very cool to have a redemption arc for her, but like, life isn't fair. That sucks, but here we are. And then we have Zay Rune, which I did add him to the list because, like, I like him. I think he's a nice little meow meow. I also would argue that he's like, he does technically appear in the MSQ. That's technically true. He does. But I think he's a fun little character. I like him a lot, even if he's not as developed as some others. And I would probably place him firmly, like, probably towards the end of B tier. He could be more developed, but he's a cool guy. He's a cool little meow meow. And he's kind of hot. But I like him. He taught Alize stuff. Raven! Thank you for that donation of 22 and 22 on 22222 on Tuesday. It's a lot of twos today. A lot of twos today. But thank you so much for all the twos. I super appreciate Raven. Very poggers of you. Every penny, every dollar helps. It helps. Thank you so much. But I like him. He's fun. He's just a very fun character. Not a lot happens with him, supposedly, right? Not a ton happens. But he's very cool, and I like him a lot. So I just kind of wanted to include him. Kind of put him towards the back of B tier since he's a very fun character, but even if he's not a super impactful character, I still like him. So he's there. And then you want to talk about characters I like. Sid. My boy Sittergoo. What a boy. What a lad. He's not little son, excuse you. Yeah, he's going to S tier. This is extremely self-indulgent, by the way. This is a very self-indulgent pick, but honestly, Sid is probably one of my favorite characters in the game. I love him dearly. I kind of ship him in my Warrior of Light, like a little bit. I love him so much. He's very, very cool. I think he's a very impactful character, too. He has a fantastic story arc. A very, very good story arc. Expounds the principles of being a Dark Knight extremely well. And he also just is a very fun character who is very serious, but also has some, like, silly stuff happen to him. I love the image to represent him here. I know, it's so good, right? But he's both very funny, he's very serious, has a lot of really good story elements, has a very good arc. Is he a quest giver for the Dark Knight? Yeah, he is. And is just very, very well done. Extremely well done, without spoiling anything. He is a fantastic character. He is easily one of the best characters in the game, for me, at least. Yeah, I don't know where I would put Mist either, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know how Mist works. I put Frey on the other list, it's fine. Frey, Mist, same thing, right? Sittergoo is amazing. He's one of my favorite characters, so I had to include him, right? And I do think he's S material. Probably S-, but I do think he's S material. And then we have Sicard. Sicard. Honestly, I'm gonna put him in B. I think he's a solid middle of the road in B tier. He's fun, has some good character development, a little annoying, but I think he kind of turns into like an enjoyable character, which is pretty cool. Not something you see often, where he kind of gets this weird, almost redemption arc midway through the patch. And then in Endwalker, he becomes a bigger character representing Limsa, which is, cool. Like, I like that, right? I'm looking for, like, yeah, same thing as Mara. I want to see how they use him in the future. But as of right now, I mean, he's enjoyable. He's an enjoyable character. And I like him. So, yeah. He does have some good bits, Toma. I agree. Interesting reversal, being a young person not wanting change, for sure. And then we have Hermes, who I just met in the MSQ. I don't feel like I can give him a very good rating. But honestly, he was silly and in a tree. And he made axolotls, so like, by default, he's pretty cool. So that's where Hermes is going. He's a cool dude, made axolotls, has this bird girl. Yeah, I'd say he's a cool dude. He's alright. Maybe my opinion will change. It might. But I'll put him in B for now. He's interesting, seems like a fun character. No real complaints about him. A lot of boys in B tier, starting to realize. We'll be updating these after Endwalker? Yeah, I probably will be. I know where I'd put him. By all means, do. Remember, this tier list is a tier list I made. It is publicly available. And I didn't put Meti in... I did not put Met on the girl tier list. I need to. B tier for boys. B tier for boys, baby. But I have to re-upload the tier list every time I like add a character. Kind of annoying. And now, here we are. Gosetsu. Yeah. Gosetsu. I love him. And he's such a sad character. He has such an unhappy ending. Just like Yotsuyu. Like, he's got such a sad ending. Ah. But what's not to like about him? He has a cool character arc. Very enjoyable element in the story, right? Very interesting dynamic in the story with a lot of characters. He is a better character than Hien. And, honestly, like, yeah. He's an alright guy, I would say. I don't know. There's not much to say about Gosetsu, but like, he's a tragic character. He's a very well done element in the story. He's somebody I wish we got to see more of and was kind of left too soon, but that's kind of the point. It's a tragedy, right? It's a sad story about sad things. Oh, Gosetsu. Alright, Sammy. I'm getting sad. Okay. Hythlodius. Where should I put Hythlodius? Now, if we're including all parts of Hythlodius, all Hythlodiuses, our new old friend, I think I'm probably gonna piss some people off with where I place him. But I feel like we don't know him super well, but he's still a great character. I would not put him in S because he hasn't done anything that I think would propel him into S for me. He's fun. He's charming. He's a great guy to have around. But I don't know. I think he's a really good character. Are you factoring Emmett's memory shade of him? I'm factoring all Hythlodius' size. All of him, right? And I think he's great. but he hasn't done anything that's like spectacular, in my opinion. Like, so yeah. Maybe once I finish Endwalker, he'll rank higher. I don't know. I don't know if he's an S tier character. Like all of the S tier characters are very very powerful characters. And I don't think Hyflodius is as strong. Like I don't think he can stand up there with them. But I'd call him like an A tier character. But I mean, he's charming. But just being a charming character does not make you S tier. S tier is an emotionally wrenching character, right? And I don't think Hyflodius is that for me. He doesn't have that strong of an emotional connection with me. But would you like to know who has a strong emotional connection with me? Would you like to know who? Easily it's Best Boy. Best Boy. I'm not sure anyone beats him. We'll see. But, what is there not to say about Graha? He's amazing in every single way. Like, he's amazing in every single way, and I love him dearly, and I would do anything for this absolute beautiful man. He is also an absolute Chad. Graha is more heroic than I ever will be, and I would argue is more heroic than the Warrior of Light themselves. I would make that argument. He is an absolute hero in every sense of the word. He really, really is. While we are the champion of Eorzea, the Warrior of Light, Graha really is like the hero of light, right? He might be my little meow meow, but guys, he is a force to be reckoned with. And that scene in Thavnair with him sort of taking control of the situation and literally pulling both that one guy and us from the brink. Like, my Discord status right now is what he said. It is, yes, you will survive. You must. And just, oh man. Like, hold on for the memory of them and for yourself and for those others. Like, God. Seriously, Graha is a absolutely phenomenal character. He really is. It is hard not to love him. I'll be honest, yeah. It really is. It also is very profound that Graha is this guy who has seen unparalleled monstrosities and tragedies and the darkest hearts of humanity themselves, and still he chooses to do good unquestioningly, unthinkingly. It's also really powerful. Graha's probably the only scion that I think might actually be able to beat Xenos in a 1v1. Aside from the Warrior of Light. I think Graha could potentially beat Xenos in a 1v1. I am not kidding. I feel like he could. He's that good. He's simply that good. So yeah, I love Graha. I could talk about him literally all day. I really could. It's great. Oh yeah. It's great, Viv. It really is. He's just great. Like, there might be actually shit. Wait a minute. Nah, oh, okay, Graha has competition in this tier list, but I will wait till we get there. I'll wait till we get there, but Graha is one of my favorite characters. I might need to add another tier, actually. But yeah, I love Graha. Then we have Magni, who, okay, I hated Magni's guts. I hated Magni's guts when I first met him. I really did. But then I actually ended up growing to, like, really enjoy him and Endwalker. So much so that, you know what, Magni? I will put you in B tier. Garlemald somehow made me like him, and I don't know why. Same! Like, I like him now. And just, like, seeing Magni just fucking get strung along by Sadu and Serena, it's great. It's like they adopted their own pet himbo. It's fantastic. They took away all of his unsufferable qualities and just made him, like, a funny, like, meme character. Which, honestly, yeah, that's fine. Gets him into B tier. Previously, he would have been, like, potentially F tier. Because when I first met him, hated him. And I was unhappy with the game and how he was introduced, right? Oh my god. I don't know about that, Maven. But apparently all you need to do to stop, Magni from, like, being an asshole is just give him to a pair of Sapphics and they'll fix him. So, like, good job, right? Love him. Oh yeah, he opened his arms, right? And it was like, hey, we did it! And just slumps like, aw. But also seeing, like, him, Sadu, and Serena, like, 3v1 that one Legatus was really cool. And seeing, like, Magni work with us and perform heroically is really cool. He's kind of getting this, like, little redemption arc. Not gonna lie. And also, at least at this point, he is pretty harmless. So, that's good. And then we have Messiah, a good boy. One of the best boys, but still not S tier. Messiah has leapt right into my heart. I love him dearly. I would do anything for him. Solidly an A+ character. He's had his own little character arc, but he's just so utterly charming that I can't not help but love him and love him to pieces. I know it feels sad if you can sell us fish. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't relate. I sold all of them. Can't relate. First try, by the way. Again, I like to think I'm charismatic. I think that worked. I think I proved it there. High charisma. But yeah. Yeehaw. I looked so sadly by an elephant before. Lamau. God, what was I gonna say? Yeah, Messiah, I love him a lot. I love that he came back from, like, the fish market thing, and, like, he, like, came back into the MSQ. Very good. Very scared boy. But I love him a lot. Just trying his best. Just doing his best to get away and, you know, just get through the world. Sammy, streamer, master black mage, noted fishmonger. True. Those are my titles, and I wear them proudly. So, I like him a lot. I'd put him in A tier. And then we have Hien. Hien. You guys ready to hate me? Because I know where I'd put him. He's cute. If this was a tier list based off of attraction, he'd go up on the list. But wah wah. Hien? Does anyone remember anything about Hien? Like, what did he do? He is a completely forgettable character. Yeah, I like Hien, but he stole Lisa's character development, then did nothing with it. Yeah! Yaguri and Lise deserved it more, and then, like, he took it. But then didn't do anything, like, nothing happened! It's so weird! It's so weird, right? Like, it's so weird. Also, Nick, thank you. Hello there. How are you? I agree. He's a basic bitch. He's pretty, but he's basic. Like, he doesn't do anything. He failed to kill Yotsuyu. He failed to stop Asahi from outmaneuvering him politically. He failed to protect Yotsuyu. He failed to protect, like, just his people in general there politically. He just... Oh, I know what he did. He fucked up the Yotsuyu situation. Oh, he did. Oh, he did. Came here from Lulu? Oh, nice! Which Lulu? Which one? Which Fid? Which one? That depends on how I behave from here on out. Inspired Lise to be a better leader. But yeah, not much past that, I suppose. You didn't do anything. The Emmett one? Oh, hi, Mott. The breakout. Oh, the mental breakdown I had over Emmett. That one. Okay, good. It's not the Thancred one. That's good. That's good. Well, hello. I'm a normal person. Anyway, I'm a perfectly normal woman. I don't like anything about Thancred. But admittedly, the Emmett breakdown is pretty dynamic. But anyway. Yeah, and I like Hien, but that's fair as far as him not doing much. I mean, I don't dislike Hien. He just doesn't do it. Like, if you were to tell me why I like Hien, I'd say it's because he's pretty, and that's pretty much it. He's a very, like, surface level character. There's not really anything there. We're seeing Emmett again. Okay, that's good. I'm glad we're on the same page. Yeah, that got me. Oh man, that got me so bad. Yeah, I had a whole, like, mental breakdown. I wish Gosetsu was the leader of Doma, or Yaguri. Both of them are more dynamic characters than, like, Hien. Hien there's just nothing there. Like, there's just nothing there. He's the top of D tier because I like him. I don't like the other D tier characters. I like Hien, but, like, doesn't do anything. Speaking of not doing anything, hey, it's Papa Fortan. See, we're moving into the spicy characters where I start having spicier and spicier opinions. But Fortan, I would put at the top of C tier. I like him. He's a nice guy, but he's not a very compelling character. He kind of suffers from the same problem Hien does, where he's just not compelling. And he doesn't do a lot. He's a comforting face. He's, God, remember that whole bit with Yaguri where she tried to kill Xenos? That was great. That was cool. I liked that for her. It was good. Now, if only they hadn't dropped her. Damn good narrator. He's a great narrator. I agree.
Devastation.
Rip Father Fortan. Rip Father Fortan.
Not my intention.
I like him as a character, but I can't honestly say that I would put him in B tier, because all of these characters, I'm like, ah, yeah, Magnai, he's silly. Hey, Erinville, what a cool dude. Aw, man, look at Sicard, he's gay. Amric, you're an elf. And Fortan, I'm like, hey, it's Papa Fortan. I like him a lot in reference to how I've written my Warrior of Light, because I've written Eris as basically being, like, his adopted daughter, so to speak. Like, I like the vibe of her being literally a member of the Forton family. I like that vibe, like her being adopted, and I like how he would be a father to her in that sense, because she didn't really have a father. But that's all my make-believe fantasy, right? That's like all my like headcanons and fantasy stuff. So like I can't include that. I think he's a good character, but he's just kind of underutilized and could be better. It's nice, which is why he's C tier. I mean, I don't think he's a bad character. He's just not utilized much, you know? Headcanon is valid though, it's your Warrior of Light, but it's not what the character is, right? Not exceptional, but still okay. Yeah, I mean, C tier is like, yeah, this character's alright. I would not turn my nose up at seeing any of these 4 characters, right? If I saw them, I'd be like, oh, hey, Papa Fortan. Oh, hey, Hancock. Or be like, oh, Hancock. You know, something like that. So, like, I don't think he's a bad character. He's just, like, a C+ character because, like, I like him. But most of what I would actually have an emotional attachment to is something I created. You know? Also, Circus, Cirrus? No, Cirrus. Thank you so much for the follows. If you appreciate it. Hope you're having absolutely super day, because I did remember super. Love you so much. Welcome. And then we have good old Papa Limo. I'm also gonna put him in C tier, actually. He doesn't do a lot, and honestly, not much character development happens with him, but welcome! 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 Oh, don't worry, Nick, we're not done. But, like, he has one big moment, and I think that is the moment that puts him in a C tier. He has a big emotional scene, and that is it. But that is more than Hien. That is more than Hien. and more than a lot of these other characters, right? So I'd make him like a C+ character. So, like, he's solid. He could be better. He's alright. But nothing wild. Though I will always remember, take her! You have to take her! Her story can't end here. That's a good line. And I like that. I really desperately wish we would have gotten more of Papa Limo. I really, really do. He feels very wasted potential-wise. He, honestly, to me, he fills the same spot Yaguri kind of does, right? So, like, the Gorals, on the Gorals list, I would compare him a lot to Yaguri, where he feels like very wasted potential. Which is ironic because they're, like, in the same position. Where they're both characters I really enjoy, but it's like, come on! There could be so much more! And it's just disappointing, you know? And especially with basically Papa Limo, I mean, he's dead. And then Yaguri being, like, kind of, like, not around anymore. It's like, that's it. Those are the characters. That's all. That's all, folks. We're done. So it's like, ugh, really? Like, come on. Yaguri makes me sad, same. It hurts me to put her in C tier, but like... Didn't really have a choice. So, sorry Papa Limo, but that's where you are. agreeing with her position 100%, yeah. Because, like, remember, this tier list isn't necessarily like, oh, this is the list of how I like the characters. It's sort of like how I like them, the roles they play in the story, how well they play their roles in the story, the emotional attachment to them, etc. And I'm just not that attached to Yaguri, unfortunately. Speaking of characters I'm also not attached to. Love me some Pippin. But he doesn't really do much. We don't see much of him. And I like him. But, like, there's not much there, you know? It'd be nice if we got to see more of him. But we don't. He's just a handsome Lalafell man. Who is now the Queen's protector, the Sultana's protector. There's a lot of A's and S tiers in the back third here. What do you mean? What do you mean? We don't see much of Pippin, and it's a real shame. I honestly think with a bit more screen time, he could, like, shoot up to A tier. But, like, at least be S tier if this was about his lustrous hair. Oh, easily great. If this was just about his hair, he'd be S tier. Easy. But yeah, we just don't see much of him, which is sad. But that's how it is, right? Kind of similar to, a good example is Hilda on the girl tier list. We see basically no Hilda. And, kind of same thing. I'm sure with screen time, she would go up. But she doesn't have screen time. Pippin's the same way. He just doesn't really have a lot of screen time. So they're both kind of in the same bit. Would you change the tier if he would be? I'm sorry? What? Is that a theory people have? I hate that theory. Nanamo's like 20. They met when she was like 11, I think? Yeah, we're just gonna move on. We're just gonna... Yeah, okay, no, wow. All right, so Raban, yeah, Raban, cool. What a guy. I love Raban. He's a super cool character, and I like him a lot. I think Raban's pretty cool. I'm not actually 100% sure where I'd put him. I think... I'm gonna put him in A tier. I'm gonna put him at the top of A tier, actually. I think Raban's a very good character, but I do think he's a little underutilized. He came out swinging in ARR and Heavensward, and he didn't play the role I wanted him to in Stormblood, and in Shadowbringers and Endwalker, we have not seen him much. Hey, watch what you say about my girl Lise here, y'all. Remember where she is on the tier list. Squints. Nanamo has more development, she does. And I think Raban could have been utilized better. But he's still a very good character. Like, I still think he's a very good character, but he could have been a lot better. So I don't know, he's kind of occupies this weird position in the story where, like, yeah, again, he's just kind of there, right? He's just kind of there, and while he's a good inclusion to the story, it feels like something's missing. It feels like there's something missing. Now, we could argue that's a whole Alamegan feeling in general, but So I would put him in SA tier because I think there is room for him to go higher. But he is a great character, and I like him a lot, right? So, I feel like he could be better. So that's why he's the way he is, right? And then we have this guy. What the fuck is his name again? I think it's supposed to be. Oh, hi, Paige. It's Papa John's. Papa John's. No, I think this is Lola Rita. Paige, how are you? How's your absolutely beautiful face? I'm ranking all the Final Fantasy characters, or Final Fantasy 14 characters. I'm making a best boys and a best girls tier list. We finished the girl tier list. We're on to the boys. Good topic, I know. There'll be a reckoning. Hell yeah. But thank you so much for the raid. I super duper appreciate it. We are also making, we are also raising money for the CS Mott's Children's Hospital and their therapeutic gaming program, a program about putting educational and entertainment resources in the hands of children who are in for extremely long hospital stays. So we're trying to make children's lives a little bit better in the hospital. We got our donation bar down there. You can do !point Mott's or !point donate to participate if you would like or to learn more. That's my speech. But hello, how is your stream? How's your beautiful face? FF14's only token straight. I have him. There you go. We came back watching the best game to ever exist. Urban Runner. How is Urban Runner? Let's see, it's Tuesday, so it was trash, right? How are you, Paige? And if you guys have not checked out Paige, you absolutely should. Paige is a good friend of mine, a hilarious bunny, and a fellow FF14 player, though usually streams a interesting variety of games. I laughed so hard I cried. So it was a good game then. Nice. It was a ride. Hell yeah, baby. Hell yeah. Also, it's Zuna. How are you? And hi, Squiddy. How are you? And hi, Phoenix. Hey, Matt. It was good. Perfect. I mean, if you laughed so hard you cried, then that's pretty good, right? You run in an urban environment. Whoa! Not running in an urban environment. Crazy. But yes, Paige, if you want to know where Magnai is, he's at the bottom of B tier. He's like a B- character. And that's because Magnai is really funny in Endwalker. He's great in Endwalker, oh my god. Also, spoilers. But, the urban didn't run true. You solve puzzles in, like, some buildings. What does that mean, Paige? America, explain. No real running or urban. Ah. Game's a big letdown then. I'm very disappointed. But I'm glad it was a good game. That is great to hear. And for those of you that just joined us, this is my tier list so far. Important to note, Theo Uhl has their own tier in both the boys and the girls tier list. The girls tier list is already done. because if I had not included them, they would have been very, very upset, and I'd be dead. So they are on both tier lists, even though they are not male or female. It's like an FMV point-and-click game? Really? Interesting. Ben should make more point-and-click games. How old is it? Oh, black guy after being tapped in the chest, what? Our non-binary king deserves respect. Exactly, which is why they are on both tier lists. They're on both tier lists because that's what they deserve. 96, hey, I wasn't born yet. That's fun. I wasn't alive when that game was released. Wow. Welcome back, Flex. That was dead. How old are you? Not that old. I'm a zoomer. I feel old all of a sudden. My back just went out. No! I'm just a pretty girl. Would it help to tell you I got out of college like a year ago? You were alive-ent? Oh no, you're so young. Oh lord. 2000? Anyway, so yeah, video games. Cool. The oldest game I've ever played, fun fact, was Final Fantasy IX. That's because I'm trying to play through all the Final Fantasy games right now. I'm trying to play through all the Final Fantasy games right now. So, I went and played Final Fantasy IX. It was released in 2000. That is the oldest game I've played. Previously, the oldest game I played was, I think, Halo 3. It was made in 2007. Yeah, arthritis just kicked in. Hi, Thicky. Yes, for those of you that don't know me, my name is Sammy, or Zoomy, you can call me any above. My stream is all about positivity, comfy vibes, being a safe place for everybody. I mostly play Final Fantasy XIV, but I'm currently getting into the Yakuza series, as well as every Final Fantasy game that's ever been made. I'm on Final Fantasy VII right now, having a good time. I like to play games and say silly memes and scream about emotions, but I also like to analyze games critically. I have a media degree, and I like to use it. Because Lord knows I'm not using it right now in a job, so. I got FF9 on release? Oh, interesting. And my FF9 playthrough is on YouTube if you're interested. It's on my YouTube channel. And this is wait for the FBI now. Ooh, wow. You need to put off the novelty controller stream was a nightmare. That was a total nightmare. I never knew that. That's cool that FF14 reference resonated with you so hard despite not knowing the reference. It's because it's a good game. That's why it resonated with me. But FF14 was my first Final Fantasy game. It was my first one. My favorite Final Fantasy game, excluding 14, is probably 10. I like 10 a lot. FX6 coming out tomorrow. Yes, I have applied for a game key, actually, because I really want to play 6. I hear it's very, very good. Yes, I'm aware, Nick, and I'm very excited. And then that will be the oldest game I've ever played, I believe. But anyway, yes, Paige, you want to know where Hoary Boulder is? He is actually A tier. He's like A-. Because I like Hoary Boulder. I think he's funny. I think he works very well in the story. These are where the boys are at. Not every boy in the game, but it's mostly just MSQ boys and other characters that, like, I really enjoy. Yeah, but Hoary Boulder is a cool guy. I like him, and he has a role in the story that works very, very well. I'm really looking forward to your playthroughs of 6 and 8. Look forward to them. My playthroughs of 10, 15, and 9 are all on YouTube. My 7 VODs have been getting uploaded to YouTube too. But I'll be playing 7 Saturday, I believe. I'll be playing more 7 on Saturday. Masayu's only A though. I haven't finished Endwalker, so like I'm not sure I'm done with Matsayu. I love him though. He's great. But I haven't finished the game yet. I'm only in the level 86 MSQ, so like, you know? Kind of same reason Vitra's in B tier, because like, I liked Vitra, but I haven't like finished the game, and I feel like his arc is definitely not done. Like, I feel like there's definitely more with Vitra. I just haven't seen it.
Such devastation. This
So,
was not
and again,
my
B tier is
intention.
not bad. B tier is good. Like, if you're in B tier, you are a good character. Mulkey, thank you so much for the follow. I super appreciate it. I hope you're having an absolutely magnificent time, because even my time is magnificent. Love you so much. Welcome. But yeah. But if you have, Lucky Bun is S tier, that is true. Lucky Bun is S tier. Lucky Bun has his own tier that's just Banui, and it's above S tier. The real Dragon Girl, as opposed to the fake Dragon Girl. Thank you so much for the follow. I super appreciate it. I hope you're having an absolutely lovely time, because in my time we're lovely. Love you so much. Welcome. Banui. Yeah, he has a Banui tier. Like, if I had a picture of Paige, I'd just put it, like, right up here. Like, right up here. Can't be higher than Beautiful Branch tier, because, again, Feo would kill me. Yeah, so this is Lolorito. Not Papa Sean. It's Lolorito. I love Papa Sean, though, but this is Lolorito. He's, like, kind of an important character. And honestly, he's, like, an interesting bad guy, but I think I'd probably still put him at, like, the bottom of C tier. Because, like, we don't really get a lot of story on him. He's just like, I'm a smart bad guy. Capitalism. And that's kind of it. We don't get much development on him. But he was, like, interesting. He is kind of one note. Like, he kind of is, right? Lorito is fine. I hate his guts for being a capitalist, but he's fine. I mean, yeah, mood. Yeah, right? Like, Teleji Adeleji's top half versus his bottom half. His bottom half is a solid B tier because I like it when he's in two pieces. Top half has a smug face. It is D tier. The smell of capitalism in the morning. 2. Pretty much. Like, he's just like, he's a cool bad guy, but we don't really get any development for him. So he's just kind of there. And Hancock is ahead of him because Hancock is more fun than him. Hancock's like, I'm Hancock. And it's like, yeah, you are. You know? I know, Lolorito's kind of there. Still a more developed character than Hien, though. Still more developed than Hien, so like, God, that's how bad Hien is. Poor man. Poor man. Like, oh man. Here's what she had a lunch. Thank you, Paige. Thank you. Very, very good. Very good. Holy shit, that's good. Just that's the face he made when he's like like, and then Raban just cuts him in half. Just bisects him. Do you guys remember when Aleji was stupid enough to think that Raban would not just simply cut him in half? And into, holy shit. Ian having little to no character development is free real estate for me to do as I please. Who's going to disprove me? Square Enix? They've already forgotten about him. Yeah. Right, the consequences of my own actions. True.
Little son! Little son!
You thought he'd have crowd immunity? Literally. Aspen, thank you so much for the 14 months. You should that 7 plus 7 equals 14 reset 2 subscribe for. That's kind of poggers. I super appreciate it. Hiya. Did make a great Teleji joke though, for sure. Yeah. Again, he's alright. Like, he's just But yeah. So, and now we're moving into the characters where I kind of guarantee I'm going to make enemies with every selection of these characters. So let's start with a spicy pick. Harishiphon. I love my boy Horseradish. You know I do. He's a lovely boy. But incoming hot take. Honest to God, I love Harishiphon so much. And somebody will decapitate me for this. But that's okay. I'm gonna put him there. I think he is a solid A tier character. I don't think he is higher. Harishiphon is great. Yeah, that makes sense. Same. He's a great character. I like him a lot. But he's... I don't want to say he didn't do much. He did do stuff, but like he's not... His ideals outlive his character? Sort of. I could play in Japanese CBS tier, for sure. No, yeah, Ranjit's at the bottom there. I'm extremely neutral on him. He just didn't, like, leave an impression on me. I wouldn't say he's not impactful Raptor. Also, hi, Raptor. He's just, like... He's a better, more important presence in the story dead than he was alive. I would agree with that, Paige, yeah. He's a very static character who's a good character. He's very one-note. I like him. We used him for plot development. That's a damn shame. But, like, yeah, but he's just kind of... He's the character who died, and it's sad because he was a really good guy. And that's it. That's kind of it. I mean, he can't change now, aside from decomposing, I guess. Oh my god. You know. If he was a part of the party with Estinian, Alfie, and Yazael, I mean, that'd be different, right? That'd be very, very cool. Yeah, he got the best one-liner for us. He did. Yeah. Very good. And, like, I love Harishiphon. I love him. He's a great character. Because remember, A-tier characters are great characters. B-tier characters are good characters. But S-tier characters are above and beyond. Like, S-tier characters are the best characters, quite frankly. Yeah. So he's, like, solid. But he's not, like, the best. Well, I think having him as a trust NPC in Heavensward will do a lot for him. That's probably true. Yeah, I'd probably agree with that. Yeah, so. I know there are probably some people that are, like, I don't know, going to hate me for that opinion, but I think that's accurate. Like, I think that is accurate for Harishiphon. But he's not as well developed as a character. As it, like, he can't go into S tier. But, like, you know, there's other S tier characters that also aren't super well developed, like Hori, Ehrenwald, even Runar, but they're still good characters. Great characters, even. So, like, that's where he is, right? I have his beer tier. You get some people fuming. Sorry. I'm dying. Excuse me. Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's true, Sassy. This is Vitra. A little hard to see, but that's Vitra. Kind of the same thing as Papalymo. One big moment, but not much beyond that. Yeah, Nick, I would agree. And then we have Estinian. Tell you what, I like Estinian a lot. I do not play Guild Wars 2. But hello, Dallo. How are you? I think Estinian's an S- character. I like Estinian a lot. I really do. I like him a lot. Endwalker's made me really like him. And he's a character that has had a fuckload of development. He has developed a ton, right? Not as much as Alphano, per se. But he has developed a lot. He has changed a lot. Also, Guy's a badass. He's so cool. Like, he's just so cool. Well, I think he's towards the bottom of S tier. Like, he's S-. I think he's very, very cool. And I like him a lot, and I want to see more of him. And maybe by the end of Endwalker, he'll be even higher. You know? A percent thought he was gonna die when he petted Alize. Oh, for sure. And I love that we, like, tease him a ton. It's very great. It's a great vibe for him. I like that a lot, I think.
Sloppy.
Sorry. My mother wants something. Moms. Beryl? Is that your name? Thank you so much for following, so we appreciate it. Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day, because my name are beautiful. Thank you so much. Welcome. But yeah, from NPC to main party, that's a boatload of development, for sure. And it feels like he's earned it, you know? Like, when I first met Estinian, I didn't like him. I did not like Estinian. He was a dick. So I did not like him. He was a dick. Like, he was a jerk. Not a nice person. But now, I love him. He's great. He is probably he's up there for one of my favorite NPCs, probably. I don't think you were supposed to, and, it was written well. Yeah. No, I agree. I don't think you were supposed to like him. Initially. But remember when I was playing through Heavensward, like, a year ago, and people were so pissed at me for saying I didn't like him? People would not let me let that go. Oh my god, my Heavensward playthrough was a nightmare, dude. It really was. But he's our dick. Oh, we have to share now. Okay, damn. But yeah, he's an interesting guy. And also, he's got some of the best lines and trusts. Just him screaming fall in a hoarse voice every time he limit breaks. So good. Mom said, it's my turn with the I mean, if I had a girlfriend, is that not how we I mean, so I can't even get through this joke, oh my god. Eh? Like, is that not how, like, just pass it around, you know? Because you, like, strap-on joke. Anyway, so, moving back to the, characters. Sid. Not this Sid. But this Sid. Huh. I like Sid. And just to spite Nero, we'll put him above Nero. But I'm gonna put Sid in B tier. I think he's the perfect middle-of-the-road character. Nero hated that good. He's the perfect middle-of-the-road character. I like him. I enjoy seeing Sid. He's a good character. He had some good development in ARR, but we don't see him much past that. And he helps us here and there. He does stuff in raids, which is fun. But really, it's Sid's dynamics with other characters that make things more fun. And I love that for him. So yeah, that's a solid guy who's always there when you need him. Yep. But he's not like my bestie. My bestie, my worstie. So, yeah. Sid's alright. Feels like that cool uncle? Kinda, yeah. If only Sid was a sign, we could have so much fun. Yeah, true. Harsh, but he's Rain Dad, pretty much. But a perfect kind of middle-of-the-road character, in my opinion. And then we have Ilbird. Do you guys like the image I used for Ilbird? Right? Like, just the... Ilbird. Mr. Sloppy himself. So, he's S tier. Actually, he's probably... S for Sloppy! Sloppy! Per amigo! S for Sloppy! I'll tear you limb from limb! Sloppy for el amigo! I didn't get all of his lines as character, stream alerts. I only have Sloppy. Floppy! You would throw him an F because you hated him? Did he not perform his job as villain perfectly then? You're supposed to hate him. He is the absolute worst. How'd you like this? He is the absolute worst. He is garbage. And that's why he's S tier. He is one of the best villains in the entire game. Bar none. This is not an exaggeration. The only villains that beat him are pretty much like Elidibus and maybe some other guys down here. Because Ilbird is simply that good. He is that good. Also Paige, when Sammy leans in. It's true. But Paige, okay, I'll do a goblin voice for 5 minutes. You got me. As I talk about Ilbird. How do I do that voice again? Oh, I'm just a goblin. Wait. Alright, hopefully I don't blow my voice up, but... But yeah, Ilbird's like literally one of the best he's literally bar none one of the best villains in the entire game, and if you hate him, that's the point. Literally though, seriously. Think about this. He's just a goblin. I'll only drop 3 XP. Now I will not drop good items. He's not a little lad who loves berries and cream. The berries and cream boys right here. But I would literally put Ilbird just above Fandaniel because he's so good. And he does get the last laugh. Ilbird wins. He gets exactly what he wants. Exactly what he wants. Bar none. Which is so unique out of all of the other villains. They don't win, but Ilbird does. And that's so cool. You're right, but I hate him. I mean, you're supposed to. I hate him. He's absolutely morally irreprehensible. That's what makes him so good. Seriously. It is what makes him so perfect, in a sense. He's such a good villain. And he gets an S for Sloppy. 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 Yeah. Ilbird. And since there's still time on the clock, we're not going to talk about Emmett yet because I need to have a serious voice when I talk about my husband. Actually, no, we'll talk about this fucker first. How about this guy? All right. Forishaflel, that guy, right? Y'all ever want to cuck a guy so bad Just never want to like just. I would just want to fuck a guy's wife so bad. Ever want to do that? Or is that just me? We haven't finished the arc about him, so I don't know where I'd put him. He's so easy to hate, kind of like Ilberd. But like those last four are stacked. Yup. Has a very punchable face. Yeah. I would say, honestly, I'll put him in the top of D tier. The reason why is we don't know his motivations yet, other than he thinks he's right. And is that good motivations? I don't really know. We don't have a lot on him. We have a little bit more on him than Hien, but so far he's just been a dick for like kind of no reason. But it's not really fair to rate him right now, but like, here we are. I'm putting the biggest F in the chat for Hien. He's so underdeveloped! It's so bad, though! Poor Hien. Like, it's so bad how underdeveloped he is. And like, Farishafat has like some development, but it's really not much. And we just don't have reasons for why he behaves the way he does. Also, I think the time has passed. But like, that's all I got for the guy I want to cuck so bad. I mean, look at his wife. She's so pretty. She's so pretty though, dude. She's beautiful. Look at her. What was I gonna do? Oh, next character. Urianger, my sexy astrology bitch. Good old Urianger. He's so white bread. Yeah, that's fair. He's a very pretty boy, but... Urianger. You know, Urianger, congrats on the gender. He does have a good gender. Okay. I'm gonna put him at the top of A tier. I like Uri, but he's missing something. They've done a great job of making him like an actual character, because for a while he was just a potato sack. That didn't really do anything. But now, I don't know, he's a bit more. A top of S for me, but fair. That's fair. Oh god, the game locked me out again. God, that scares the shit out of me every time that happens. Shadowbringers made me love Urianger. Shadowbringers made me care about him, which is more than where I was at before. I literally kind of didn't give a shit about him before Shadowbringers. For me, he would have been like D or C tier, and then Shadowbringers probably brought him up to B tier, and now he's an A tier because of Endwalker. Like, I feel like his character development is not done. I feel like there's more going on with Uri. I can't wait to see it. I really like him a lot, but I don't think he's an S tier yet. I don't think he's an S tier yet. Because he doesn't have the minimum emotional impact that, like, Sid makes me feel. And that's kind of what I'm using it. Yeah, does that make sense? Like, I like Uri a lot, but he's not a character that strikes me as hard as some of the others. I go through the first shard, it's not dressed like that here, not? Yas, bitch, slay! Also, hi, Steffi. So yeah, like, does that make sense? I like Uri. I like him a lot. But I can't bring myself to, like, put him into S. Not yet. Maybe in a little bit. Maybe by the time Endwalker's over, right? He's a character that could potentially do exactly that. See what's under shadow. Oh, redhead, interesting. Okay. But that's where I'd put Urianger. I think he's a cool character. The backless top of Shadowbringers credit. Yes, that was very good. Uri's had great development, but only recently. He was pretty much an absent character for all of ARR, Heavensward, and Stormblood. Excuse me. He pretty much didn't exist in those X packs, except for like a little bit in Heavensward, and like that's kind of it. Shadowbringers was Urianger's coming out party. Good for him. Hell yeah. Yeah, between the Eden raids, and Shadowbringers and Endwalker, I've really grown to like him a lot. But you have to understand, he was starting at the bottom. So that's why I'd put him the way he is. He's cool. I love his wisdom. I love his poetry. I like that we're seeing character development with him. I like that we're seeing a lot of character development for him with like how he's not being a secretive boy anymore. And he's choosing to trust us and like get better at being around people and stuff. I think that's cool. I think that's compelling. I like him a lot. That's why I put him in A tier. Not quite S tier, though. I'm happy they embraced him as a proper character. Same. I'm really happy they did that, too. He's such a good fit in the party. He's such a good fit in the party. That's fair, Asmira. I mean, different characters will resonate with different people. Speaking of different characters that resonate with different people, let's talk about a character I want to resonate in me. Emmett. So, chat, do I cheat and, like, give Emmett and Graha a tier of their own? Because I kind of want to. But good lord. Oh, man. Emmett. She booped me right on my nose. Hades, you magnificent bastard. It's Twitter Man! It's Twitter Man! Look at him go, being a Twitter Man. Husband tier? I mean, literally. I love Emmett. I'm horrifically attracted to Emmett. If you guys want to know, like, if I had to pick one character in this game I am down bad for, it is probably Emmett. I don't know, there are 3 men in this game that compete for my heart right now. But damn, Emmett might be at the top right now. He just... I had a mental breakdown when we saw him in Elpis. For the first time. I had a total mental breakdown. I collapsed. I love him. Like, I love him. I love him. I love him so much, dude. Now, I should probably explain why I love him. Crazy high buys for a character you just met. Fuck off. Unless you thought you were gonna interact with him. I know. I think the reason why I like Emmett so much is because I am just... Like, soulmates is a trope I am a massive slut for. Just a whore for it. Really am. Like, Should be maybe saying these things during a charity stream. Whoops. Just love him. Like, I love the idea of being soulmates. Like, so like the way like my brain kind of works is like I do truly believe we were his wife. I think Azim and him were a couple. I do. A lot of people have a lot of interpretations of Emmett, so whatever your interpretation is, I think it's valid. I think it is undeniable that we were someone who was very close to him. And that shit just kind of gets me, right? But like, I am choosing to interpret it as him being our literal soulmate, right? And the fact that we would find each other time and time and time again. Because I love that I love that stuff. I love romance. I love romantic things. It is like one of my favorite genres. So having this sort of soulmate vibe of us fighting each other and ending on the opposite side, then like, yeah, it's tragic, it's beautiful, it's romantic. I love it. Soulmates from the beginning to the end of eternity is very romantic. I love that stuff. I really do. If you headcanon your Warrior of Light as Persephone, you're absolutely his wife. I don't. I do not headcanon Eris as Persephone. But, that's partly because it's super overused. I think we're at least as close to him as Hythlodeus, and reading it is more as valid. Mm-hmm. I would agree with you. I would definitely agree with that, because I think Emmett is just such a powerful, also, like, he's just such a powerful character. I just love him, right? I just love him so much. So he's Helios, that's good. I headcanon Eris's name as Azim, her real name, as Eris. It's Eris. Goddess of Discord, baby. Eris or Discordia, right? But that's the myth I pull from it. Which I like for two reasons. One, because my War of Light's Chaos Goblin. Two, I had Eris since the beginning. I had that name since the beginning. So, like, it's a really cool thing that ended up working very, very well. And three, God, could you imagine Emmett's face when, like, he sees, like, who was his, like, wife, like, Azim? I think he goes, like, okay, what's your name, Warrior of Light? And she's like, you could call me Eris. And he's just like, how did you get that name? And she's like, I don't know, thought it was cool. Also, it kind of works, too, since Eris gave herself the name Eris in, like, my Warrior of Light lore. Yeah, I like her name being like that. I would maybe use Persephone, and, like, that would be cute, but, like, that's just so overused. And inside, he's just like, of course she would. Exactly. Hi, Parthos, how are you? It has been a while. What's up? So I think that romantic angle is extremely nice. I like it a lot. I really, really enjoy it, and I think it would be very, very cool. I want more of it. Yeah. That's one of the reasons I like Emmett a lot. I also think Emmett's, and this is kind of a hot take, I don't think Emmett's a villain. Not really. Like, if I had to compare villains, I would probably say Elidibus is the better villain than Emmett. Like, that's kind of how I would say, because Emmett really is, through the course of Shadowbringers, like, when he's the bad guy, he's, like, only a bad guy in the last 10% of the X-Pack. He's closer to anti-hero. Anti-hero or anti-villain. I would maybe call him an anti-villain. He's an antagonist, kind of big difference. Yeah, but he's not, like, Like, Vothri plays a bigger role as villain than Emmett does. He's literally only the bad guy for, like, the very end. He helps us through 90% of the story. Which is why his betrayal just feels all the more poignant, right? Even if you were like, yeah, we should have seen that coming, huh? But, it is what it is. He did also invent imperialism. I mean, sure, right? That's bad, too? But, like... I mean, I'm not arguing that he's, like, a bad guy, or he's not a bad guy, because, I mean, he's an Asian, right? But his role in the story is just so, like, different. He has a very unique role in the story. You know, am I making sense? It's just like, he's not quite a central villain that I think everyone thinks he is. He's just like this kind of antagonistic guy who also helps us. Who does probably as much harm as he does good. So I like him. He's a very interesting character. I'll probably put him like there. Really, him and Graha could be in their own tiers, though, to be honest. You're from the Legion Empire too. Very unique role in which they bless even more game time with because they know how complex a character he is. You're giving him even more time? Sure. Yeah, I mean, he's just a very unique character, right? I mean, you'd do anything to save them. Yeah. He's just a very well done character in general. I like that most people either hate or love him. He sparks a strong reaction. I love him. Again, with like my Warrior of Lights canon, him and Azim were married. They were a couple, and they loved each other very much. They also fought all the time. But like, I mean, not in like an unhealthy way. But had an interesting relationship. I mean, Emmett's such a sassy man. And this Elpis stuff is gonna be so great for like fanfiction inspiration. Love that business. Emmett's very human for a godly being. He is. He's a very human character. The findings are enrichment like a puzzle feeder. Oh my god. Absolutely. And now we move on to my turn! Thancred. And Thancred, honestly, this is Thancred. I'm gonna put Thancred there. I think he's ahead of Alphino. I think he's behind Graha. But Thancred truly is just such a well-done character who's had a rocky road. I'm not sure his path to character development and his character has been perfect, but I think he really has stuck the landing. This is Thancred. Thancred is Thancred. 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 S tier because it's his turn. My turn. Yeah. Honestly, chat, I like him a lot. I really do. I like Thancred so much. I think he's very, very cool. I think he's very, very cool and I would like to see more of him. But his character arc is, in some ways, kind of complete. I just love him a lot. I think he's a very compelling character and in how flawed he is. When people complain about Thancred and Shadowbringers, like, I get it. He's a bit abrasive in Shadowbringers at times. But, dude's trying his best. he is one of the more human characters in the game, I would say. And how Thancred fails, and he fails a lot. Dude, he messes up a lot throughout the course of the game. He really does. But he's been with us for so long. I started in Ul'dah, so I was there with Thancred, and just the gargantuan amount of character development he's gone through over and over. Like, it's just, damn. He's so overwhelmed and worn out in Shadowbringers, and you can feel his desperation. Yeah, oh, for sure. He's one of the biggest hearts in the cast. He's so human and flawed. I'm so happy he was able to find a family despite never having one. Yeah. Right? It's like, that's another thing. You know, Thancred wasn't a good father figure to Green initially, because he didn't really have one, guys. He wasn't really raised. I mean, Louis Swat kind of took him in, but Thancred was already like a teenager by that time. He kind of raised himself. Like, God Family continues to be one hell of a drug for sure. And he suffers and fails over and over and over again. Non-stop does Thancred just fail. But he still tries. Like, he still keeps going. Thancred is like Alphino and Alize in a lot of ways, where they're faced with the horrors of the world and continue to still do good in it. But Thancred's struggle through it is so much more realistic and believable for a person, right? Nothing against Alize and Alphino, but they're kind of perfect little babies. Alphino clearly made mistakes, right? But the fact that Alphino kind of, once he gets on sort of his righteous path, he just does everything. Kind of same thing with Alize. But Thancred is messy. Thancred is so messy and sloppy and flawed and not good. Also, hi Puck, how are you? But he still keeps going. He messes up so many things, but he keeps going. And I think that is more compelling, which is why he's ahead of Alphino. You know, Alphino lived this life of privilege and learned to go beyond that. Thancred did not live a life of privilege, and he worked for everything he has. And he will go down swinging. You'll have to take it from his bleeding, dead hands before you can take it away from him. It's so cool. Seriously. God, he's so cool. He really is. Thancred doesn't have superpowers or anything like that, but he's so strong in just his own pure will. He just keeps going throughout the deepest despair. Yeah, like Thancred is the ultimate. Thancred is the trope of the flawed hero whose greatest superpower is their sheer willpower. Like, I fully believe now, if somebody tried to possess Thancred, it wouldn't work. It just wouldn't work, because he'd just, like, will himself, like, out of it. Honestly. I could believe that. He's that good. Starbreaker is the best thing that happened to the Scions? Yes, agreed. Can dive underwater for like 15 minutes before needing to come up for it. I mean, hey, that's pretty good. No, I mean, people can do that with enough training, right? And he's great. I love Thancred. I could talk about him all day. But it is time to talk about another boy. My bestie. My worstie. My enemy. My friend. Xenos. The Juicy. Now, Xenos' arc is not done. So, I'm gonna grade him to where I think he is right now, for me. But, his position could change. I think right now, my bestie, my worstie, is right there. I think that is where Xenos is for me. He is one of my favorite characters in the entire game. Emmett, Graha, and Xenos could be in their own category. They could be in their own category called the husband category. Legit. I love Xenos. Xenos used to be my favorite character, and then Endwalker happened, and I liked him a little bit less. But also I liked Emmett and Graha a little bit more, so like that kind of happened, right? But yo, the juice! I love Xenos. He's very attractive. I like him a lot. But I like him a lot as a character, and to some degree, I feel like I'm one of the only people that understands him sometimes. The juice is loose. I hope he makes me loose. Anyway, but like, I feel like I'm one of the only people that understands him to some degree. And I know that's not true. There's a lot of people who like Xenos. But there's a lot of people in the community that I think don't resonate with him, and that's fine. But there's also a lot of people in the community that are convinced he's a bad character, and that's just not true. He's a phenomenal character. He's one of the best, I would argue. And the reason being is just kind of how Xenos is. Like, for his body, not for his personality. I think he's one of the best characters in the game as he represents so many things. He's such a complex character with such a bone simple motivation. And normally that's not true for characters. Normally you have characters like Emmett, who has a very complex motivation and a very complex character. Or you have characters kind of like Alize, who have a very simple motivation and a very simple character. Well, I mean, arguably, right? But Xenos is one of each. He's a very simple motivation. He wants a good fight. He wants to fight the Warrior of Light. One sentence. But he as a character is incredibly complex. And I think people miss that last part a ton. I think people miss that a ton. Because they don't think about the circumstances that lead Xenos to the places that he's in. Which is a shame, because there's a lot of really good stuff there. I like him as a sort of force of nature. He's got his own whims, and there's not a whole lot you can do to change that, for sure. Xenos is a character that's incredibly... The monster maid trope, it's such a good trope. He embodies that well. The revolving theme that we've seen come up several times with characters like Grinwald, Xenos, Yotseyu, Fridola, even like Vothri and like Alize. Xenos exemplifies to a T. He is a product of his environment, and he's a lot like you. Xenos really would probably be the Warrior of Light if the Warrior of Light was born in Garlemald. Xenos never really got a chance. Really got a chance to be anyone different than how he turned out. His dad was a dickhole, and I forgot to put Varys on here. Huh. Whoops. His dad was a terrible person. Did a lot of terrible things to his son. And the Empire did a lot of terrible things to him too. Remember, Xenos is not old. He's like 25. He's like Warrior of Light age, right? He's not old. He's very young. And honestly, like, how else was Xenos supposed to turn out? He kind of was never given a choice, and now, in the story, Xenos has been faced with a choice, and he doesn't know what to do. Because he's never had one before. Which is interesting. I'm curious where they're going to take him, and I'm curious where his story is going. Again, when I finish Endwalker, I may have a different opinion. Let me download the image here. Perfect. Alright, I forgot about Julius. I'd probably put Julius in B tier. B or A. I like Julius. I don't think his story is done yet. I like Julius a lot. Completely forgot about him. I am on Crystal. I'm so mad I keep, like, forgetting characters. Alright. So let me... This is our completed list that you can't see very well. Whoopsie. Can I wonder if I, like, zoom... Can I, like, zoom out? I can only zoom in. Right. What if I did? Oh, okay. And then I think I can... We'll do something like that. Perfect. Not perfect. But I can do something like that, probably, right? Cut out some of the gray space. Oh, okay, we're doing it. There we go, that's better. Kind of awkward to put both of these tier lists up at the same time. But, these are... Oh, damn it. I can't... That's a bit better. Guess I'll just shrink these down so you can see them a bit better. There we go. Here's the tier list, side by side. The best boys and the best girls of Final Fantasy XIV. What would it be like if I put them all on the same tier list? That would be interesting. But this is what our final lists look like. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me why I put people the places I put them. As of level 86 MSQ. True, I am not done with the MSQ, but this is where they are as of right now in the MSQ. And remember, to clarify, this is not necessarily a Waifu War tier list. It kinda is. I kinda use it as a way to describe it. But these are the best girls and the best boys of Final Fantasy XIV, in my humble opinion. Though I like to think I've got pretty logical takes on a lot of them. Yeah. If you have any questions, ask. If not, feast your eyes. Your thoughts on your hubby Ardbert? Oh yeah, he was like the first guy I graded. I love Ardbert. He's fantastic. The reason Ardbert is S tier is the same reason Lumet is S tier. S tier. What? They're S tier for the same reason. They are very powerful, tragic heroes who did everything right, but still it came to this. They're very good characters, and they're very good tragic characters. It's very I shouldn't say entertaining, but very interesting to watch them go through the story. And even though both of them were not super big characters, I mean, Ardbert more so, right? But they're really well done. Phenomenally well done, which is why Lumet, despite not having a lot of screen time, is in S tier. Because she's just simply that well done. Her and Mogrita have kind of the same vibe going, where they've made such an impact in the little time that they had. Just because they're that good. They are that good. I love Ardbird a lot. I really do. He's a tremendously tragic character. Feels so bad for him. Life is tremendously cruel to him. And that's how it is. So those are my Ardbert opinions. Love him. I love him a lot. He's very, very good. Is the first image in D tier? The placement I'm most curious about is, you mean Heidelen / Vanette? Question mark. I think they're the same character. I'm not sure. I'm in the level 81. I'm in level 86 MSQ. I think they're the same character. Heidelen is kind of a bitch. I like her in the sense that she's trying her best. I get that, but she's caused a lot of problems. Like a lot of like so many problems, and has not fixed many of them. It has been up to me to fix all of them. And that's annoying. So it also makes her a very confusing character. I'm sure as Endwalker progresses, I will learn more about her. Hopefully. But as of where she stands right now, I can't really give her a higher rating because she is confusing and doesn't make a lot of sense. And I really hope the excuse isn't, I was so weak, I couldn't speak with you. Because then it's like, doesn't mean I forgive you. Like, so that's why she's the place she is. I don't have to like her. Or at least not until the story progresses. Heidel, Storm, and Philia had such a hard time trusting her. Same. Hirschifon, I love Hirschifon, except he didn't do much. He has one really standout moment, but he's generally speaking a pretty static character that doesn't change very much. And while I always love his beautiful face, and I appreciate him a lot, Hirschifon's not somebody who was an extremely impactful character alive. It was in death that he became more impactful. Which means he's A tier, because he's still missing that something that propels him into S tier. He's a very good character, he performed his role very well, but his role wasn't anything spectacular, so to speak. That's why Hirschifon's an A tier, I like him a lot. Remember, A tier means you're a great character. Really, truly, the only thing that's bad. All right, goodbye, Nick. It was lovely to speak with you. I hope to see you soon. A tier characters are good. Like, if you're A tier, you are a great character. Great, I would say. B tier characters are good characters.
Sloppy.
Like, thank you so much for the follow, Nick. I super duper appreciate it. Hope you're an absolutely nice day, because my neighbor were nice. Love you so much. I will see you soon. Hopefully on Saturday. But like, B tier characters are good. C tier characters are fine. They're solid. They're decent characters. D tier is kind of like, disappointed. And F tier means you made the story worse by existing. But there's only one F tier character. Yeah. Any other questions? Look at how few characters are truly bad. Yep. Yeah. Putting away his S tier? Absolutely. Yeah, no, it is a testimony to the game. It's like the fact that there's so many S tier characters is a great sign. The only real disappointment I have is there are like twice the amount of male characters as there are female characters. Squeenix, do better. I'm not wrong. And I forgot a lot of male characters. I forgot some, like, ladies too, but like, Squeenix, do better. Put women in your games, you cowards. Putting away his quad S tier, agreed. S tier ladies who don't die? Oh yeah, that's another thing. Dead, 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 dead. 4 out of 7 of the S tier women are dead. Yay. Sigh. What's a favorite non-MSQ character you'd put an S? This boyo right here. Sittergoo. I mean, he's kind of MSQ. He does appear in it at one point, but still. Love this guy. Oh wait, no, don't print that. Sittergoo is like my indulgent pick. Lumet is kind of my indulgent pick, but she is an MSQ character. She does appear in the MSQ. 4 are dead and 1 died. Versus how many S tier characters are dead in the male category? 1, 2. I mean, is Emmett dead? I don't know. See, I can't tell. Can't tell. Is he dead? But like, yeah. Like, you know, and it's just... Cruddy. I don't know, I've got faith in Ishikawa. I'm sure she'll deliver us some more non-dead women. That'd be great, actually. That'd be very cool. Schrodinger's Emmett, they're both dead and alive. There really are Schrodinger's, like, character, huh? Good old Emmett. Love him. Yeah, so these are my, tier lists. You are welcome to disagree with me. But I am fairly resolute in my opinions. You can always ask for my perspective, but I really don't see myself changing them anytime soon. And there could be more women characters. I'm sure the devs can make them without shoehorning. Yeah. They can. I mean, look at how talented their writing team is. They definitely can. They can do it. They just need to, please. Because it is pretty disappointing that we've really lacked on that front for a while, right? Like, I mean, just looking at this tier list here is a great example. And the fact that a lot of these characters haven't really gotten good development in either a while, ever, or Endwalker. Like, Lucia and Fridola are kind of in that same category of, like, they got dropped once their Perspective X-Pack was done, and only now in Endwalker getting more character development. Versus, I mean, you've got characters like, you know, Ehrenwald and Hori Boulder that are reoccurring and coming back, and there's a couple of male characters who kind of feel like they were dropped, right? Like him. But less. There's definitely less. And really one of the biggest issues is Gishola being one of our leading ladies, but having so little character development. So little character development. Despite a huge amount of screen time. There's not really a lot of compelling stories involving Gishola, despite her being there so much. Disappointing, right? And you've got the problems like Minfilia too, who had a good story in ARR, but then went through the Phrygian Olympics. Characters like Kryl, who kind of were in the background for a while, kind of phasing in and out until very recently. Whatever's going on with Heidelen. Senna's basically not a character. You know, just a lot of dead women, stuff like that. For a lot of the male characters, the troubles that they have are more so just like, hey, this is a good character. We just don't see him that much. They just don't get a lot of screen time. So, yeah. Evan chat for Amric? Yeah. Yeah, he's kind of one of those characters, right? He's a great character. We just don't see him much. Outside of Heavensward, he just kind of stops existing. But, say Livy. You know, it could be better, could be worse. But yeah, so I hope you guys enjoyed that. Did you enjoy the tier list? Was that fun for you? Was that good for you? Did you have fun? I hope so. And please say yes. If you want to do your own, I did make some. So here are the boys. And here are the girls. So if you want to make your own, feel free to. You can put them in the Discord server if you want, our Discord server, or tag me on Twitter. I'd love to see them. I joined 2/3 of the way through, but yes, good. I'm glad you guys liked it. That's good. And thank you for raising money for C.S. Montes Children's Hospital as well. We raised $601, it looks like. That's kind of poggers. We will do a voting poll soon for the next class. Since we did hit that stretch goal, we will be voting on a new class that I get to start and play through the game with. And we will also find a time to do an FF14 story night, where I do a dramatic reading of some of the official short stories. Probably some of the Shadowbringers ones we haven't done, and some of the Death on Nadonna ones. Because those are probably a bit more relevant for the time right now. So yeah. But I hope you enjoyed all of those things. If you did not, sorry. Too bad. But as for right now, my voice is very tired. I meant to get to MSQ, and I never did. And my throat is very tired, so I'm gonna go. We're gonna raid Ko. He's my buddy. Step bro. Went to high school together. Great guy. I think he's doing glamour reviews right now. He's wearing a tie. So go say hello to Ko. My voice is very hoarse, and I will see you guys Saturday is the next day I'm streaming. I unfortunately won't be able to stream this much this week because of a work-related thing. I'm happy about it. But I will see you Saturday afternoon around 3 o'clock, I believe. And we will be, I think, doing FF7. And then next week, expect that voting poll and probably the story stream. Hopefully I'll have time. I know my schedule's just been terrible. But thank you for raising money today. Thank you for donating, for those that did. Rose, please get into contact with me. I have a gift card for you, since I believe you are our top donor. I love you guys. Thank you for hanging out with the voting polls too. If you make your own tier list, please let me know. So yeah. Also, I've got a YouTube channel, so if you want to see my playthrough through FF14 or the other FF games, let me know. Love you guys. I will see you later. Say hi to Ko for me. Goodbye.